have to stop your work. As I had told you already, today being the last day, we are going to do the, I want to finish all the exam topics and whatever project hints and all, I want to give you. So did you have, I've joined little late. So did you have time to go through the Spring Security project, whatever we had created? And if you have any questions, specific questions, please ask. Otherwise, I'm going to continue to the next topic in our sequence. I've given you all the things, the entire sequence. So you will have no, no hesitation in guessing what is going to happen next. Yes, I'm waiting for the question. Is there anyone is there any question from anyone you want to ask? Okay, take your time. Like I said, you can always keep writing to me or texting or whatever. And in any time you don't understand a statement I have made earlier in readme files, or when you start trying, if you don't understand, do get in touch with me. So now let us start with the next topic of Core Java, JVM architecture. So Core Java topics, JVM architecture. So here, this is again, I won't say it is okay, it is kind of, it is exam objective, but mainly it is interview objective. People ask you in detail the JVM architecture. In the first few days of Java, I had given you about the Java memory areas and the runtime system, JDK, JRE, JVM, but we never we never talked in detail. So here is the complete README. So open this and keep it in front of you. And here, the detailed diagram is here. Okay. So let me start discussing it immediately without wasting any time. Just a second. Okay. So here, what we are discussing, as you know, is the JVM architecture. So whenever you have compiled the classes, you have compiled support Java and test employee or test box or whatever, any tester class, so the compile time environment is over and we enter runtime. So what are the different blocks in the JVM architecture? As you can see, it has 3 blocks. So one is class loader subsystem. One is the runtime data areas, which I had given you in a complete detail, the information. And the third and important block is execution engine. Everyone clear? This is I'm discussing at the overview level, and then we will step into whatever I have not covered. You keep answering, guys. You keep responding. Otherwise, it becomes extremely boring for me, or I don't even understand where you are. So the first 3 sections are clear. Class loader subsystem, memory runtime memory areas, and the execution engine. So let us start looking at class loader architecture. So just a second here. Everything I have written as a description of the diagram. So these are the main subsystems. So read this and I'll start discussing the class loader subsystem in detail. So the first component or first subsystem is class loader. And we had talked about it very loosely. What is the job of the class loader? To load the required classes in the JVM's method area. But now we are going to go into the detail. So class loader is responsible, of course, for loading. And where are the classes loaded? Exactly once in the runtime memory area, which is your method area. And from Java 8 onwards, you know that it is directly taken from the computer's RAM. So it is unlimited. Unlimited in the sense, even if the number of classes increase, automatically JVM's method area is growable. That is not true for heap. So this is what we are talking about first. And what are the 3 phases of class loading? Sorry, of the job of the class loader: loading, linking, and initialization. So we are discussing step by step. So when you say a class is getting loaded, first phase class loader subsystem enters is the loading phase. So read this much. Just you read. Okay, so when you say Java followed by the fully qualified class name, that is where you start the JVM. That is where the JVM process is launched. So JVM's class loader will start loading the class containing the main method. So what will class loader do? Class loader will read the contents of the .class file, that is the platform independent bytecode, intermediate bytecode file, and which are the details. When we say, you remember we used to show SHM, stack, heap, and method area. In method area, we used to show the loaded class information. So what all things are added in the method area? Detailed description. So the fully qualified loaded class name, because it has to know which type it is. What are the variables? Static variable names, instance variable names are all stored once only in the loaded class information. From the class, you should be able to access the immediate superclass. So immediate superclass information and the type information, whether a following class is a class or an interface. Enum is actually not a separate type. Enum is nothing but internally compiled into a class. So are you understanding this? Can you relate it to something which we said earlier in the sense before the break? Reflection API. What is it you are talking about? Nothing but the loaded class information. And this information is pointed by the JVM created immutable class instance, which is maintained on the heap. So right now I'm not going to the reflection again, but this is the information. Or when we used to show loaded, I mean bytecode file is loaded, this information is loaded. And everyone knows here, what is it JVM going to do? Only once, exactly once at the class load. How many times classes get loaded? Exactly once. So JVM creates an instance of the class from which type? So suppose we are creating order class instance, or we are loading the order, forget the instance, we are loading the order class, different ways. You can say order.class, you can say class.forName, etc. So at that time, the instance of java.lang.class with the generic type of order gets loaded. And that object is created in the heap, just recently created. This is all connected. So I take it together. So this is the class loading phase. So what we are discussing here, I've drawn a lot of diagrams here. Just a second. Wait a sec. So I have the other thing. It's not our workspace. 2 minutes. So here, if you see, I'm just showing you only the class loader part of the architecture. Java EE help, D12 help. And here, this is what I have highlighted. So if you see this, what are we discussing is the class information is, I mean, when you say Java followed by fully qualified class name, the first phase in the class loader subsystem begins, which is the class loading phase. So what is happening here? The loaded class information, bytecode information is loaded in the method area, and corresponding immutable class instance of the class java.lang.class is created in the heap. Clear so far or not clear? Two things which are happening at the class loading phase. Okay, now let us move on to the next question. What are the different types of, what are the different types of class loaders which are available with the JVM? So there are three main three main types of class loader. So read this. First one is called as, either it is called as system class loader, or some authors call it as bootstrap class loader. So you can think of it as a system or the bootstrap class loader. This is the root. This is the main, I mean, superclass, ultimate superclass of class loaders, root class loader. And it is the ultimate superclass of your two child class loaders. Earlier means till, till Java 8, we used to have extension class loader. But JDK 1.9 onwards, it has been replaced by a platform class loader. So I'll talk about which classes get loaded by which one, and your user-defined types get loaded with application class loader. So I'll just read this and I'll show you with the diagram, and then becomes clearer. So bootstrap class loader is responsible for all the classes which are present in rt.jar, runtime jar, that is your JRE jar, or from JDK 1.9 onwards, it is called as JRTFS. Are you understanding what I'm saying? See this, okay. It takes you a minute to confirm whatever is being said. So open any project. This is a Spring Boot mail, so I'll show you that later. So I open the existing one here, and if you see JRE system library, so which is the jar file, which was there till Java 8, it was rt.jar. Now it is JRTFS, Java Runtime File System.jar. Okay, so whatever are the classes from this package, from this jar, and which are in the base module, java.base module, are all loaded by Bootstrap class loader. Extension is renamed as platform. So in the earlier days means earlier JDK versions, we used to have a separate folder, JRE lib extension, and the extension class, additional classes used to get loaded from here. But now those classes which are not part of the java.base module, example, all your SQL related classes, you remember driver manager and that connection and prepare statement, all those entities, all those types get loaded from extension class loader. And basically, whatever are your user defined types get loaded with the application class loader. So what are the three types of class loaders we are talking about? Bootstrap is equal to system class loader, extension class loader, or better, rephrased that, renamed as platform class loader, and the application class loader. So these are the availabilities. Now, how this whole thing works? The whole thing works using the delegation principle. Okay, so I'll first explain it from the diagram and make you read it. So here, whenever any class is to be loaded, it could be your hash table, it could be your hash map, it could be your, system classes, anything, or user defined classes. So first, listen to this carefully. It is already written. It is given to the child class loader. Okay. Now the delegation principle begins. So application class loader first gives it. It doesn't even check. It delegates it to whom? It's superclass. Which is the superclass loader of the superclass of your application class loader? Platform class loader. Because we are in JDK 11, I'm calling it that. That will delegate it to whom? Which is the ultimate class loader in the hierarchy? Bootstrap class loader. So now at the Bootstrap class loader, actually checking will start. So Bootstrap class loader will check, is this the class belonging to java.base module? So for example, it is something like, java.util classes or your stream classes. They are all loaded by Bootstrap class loader. But suppose you are trying to load driver manager. Driver manager is not part of java.base module. So now Bootstrap class loader says, hey, I can't load it. It doesn't exist in my my class path and all. So it will give the delegated to the child class loader, which is platform class loader. So java.sql related all get loaded by the platform class loader. But suppose it is your employee class, customer class, order class, or whatever, tutorial topic, any UDTs. Platform class loader says, I don't know how to load it. So it is again delegated to application class loader. And here it will check, is it in the part of the class path, runtime class path? So of course, there are two possibilities, finds it or doesn't find it. So if none of the class loaders can load your class, which is the exception JVM's class loader will throw, obviously, which is the exception you will get? Class not found exception. So guys, this is what I have detailed out in this README. Definitely mark it as an important README in your reading exercise and read it. So I've talked about 4 main principles of JVM class loader. Visibility. That is, child class loader can see whatever parent class loader has, but not vice versa. Uniqueness means a class can be loaded exactly once using one of these class loaders. Delegation hierarchy principle, I just now explained. From child, it is delegated to parent to its grandparent, and then it is whole thing is resolved. And no unloading principle means unless and until JVM, Java application is over. If you remember anything in threads, when will JVM will be over? When all non-daemon threads are over. At that time, automatically classes are unloaded. But otherwise, classes cannot be just directly unloaded by any class loaders. So this finishes the first phase, which is called as the loading phase of the class loader. Clear? What is happening in the loading phase and what are the different class loaders involved? Are we getting it, guys? The discussion? Okay. Now move on to the next phase. There are two more phases. Okay. No, not this. This is another overview. Sorry. So here, now which is the next phase it enters? It enters the linking phase, loading, linking, and initialization. Only three phases. Okay, whatever. Only or not in this, but three phases. So linking is itself divided into three subphases: bytecode verification, preparation, and resolving. So again, the details are mentioned here. Read one by one. So first read the verification phase. So the moment you know that class loader has entered the linking phase, we know that class loading part, the initial part, loading part has been successful. Otherwise, this phase will not be entered. You will get a class not found exception. So now, first is the validity, correctness of the loaded class file. So this is basically, when I say verification, it is a bytecode verification. It is not yet translated to machine code, right? So it will check, what is it a part of it? It has all the instruction set of the JVM. So it will check, has it been created as per the proper Java compiler compliant bytecode? Does it have a proper structure? And if it is, somewhere, you are downloading the bytecodes and somebody has played with it, hacked it, or added a virus or security hack, then what will happen is, of course, it will not match with your Java format style, Java compiler code format style. And at this time, you will get me. So class loaders verification phase will throw you a verify error. So verify error means, if you remember our exception handling, throwable has two subclasses, error and exception. So verify error extends from that error. Okay. If there is no verification error, if bytecode verification succeeds, it is all compliant with the JDK version, JDK format, then it goes to the next phase, which is preparation. Read that. So this is preparing for the class loading and all that. So when you say preparation, guys, we are talking about class loading. Instance is not created. So naturally, the memory is allocated for what? Static data members. Everyone knows long back when we discussed static keyword, static data members are memory allocated exactly once at the class loading time. So static data members, whatever you have in the class, will be memory allocated where? In the stack or in the heap or in the method area? Obviously, static data members, of course, in the method area, and they are given the default values. So everyone knows, if it is a reference type of a variable, null value. Integral data types, 0. Real data types, floating data types, 0.0f or double or whatever. And for Boolean, it is false. So, for example, in your class, if you have got a declared a variable active, let's say, with the value true. So here, is this value assigned? Answer is no. It is just a preparation phase. The value assigning will be done in the initialization phase. So here, the memory will be allocated. See, Boolean is as per the JVM's internal specification. And that will be, what is the default value assigned to Boolean is false. So that is your preparation phase. Allocating sufficient memory for static data members. initializing it to default values. Clear, guys? The linking, two things we are talking about: verification, bytecode verification, and preparation. The last phase, resolution. Read. This is linking, resolving basically. Example always makes it easier. So resolution means what? Resolving symbolic references or resolving the variable names to their actual addresses. That's a resolution phase. So what does it mean? Symbolic references such as B1 will be replaced by its direct references. That is actual memory address. So like I've written here, JVM doesn't understand. So this is for our understanding where you want to write in the the addresses and all. Java anyway doesn't allow you to access the memories directly. So our ancient example, test box. So when you say box B1 equal to new box, and when you say B1, at that point, B1 is what? Just a reference type of a variable. So in this resolution phase or resolving phase, this B1, wherever is there B1, will it be, it will be replaced by what? B1 is just a symbolic reference. What it will be replaced by? The address of the box object, wherever it is sitting in the heap. Understanding or not? Replacing symbolic references such as reference type of variables filled up with the actual address. Direct references is nothing but the address. So this finishes the which all phases? In linking, you have verification, preparation, and resolution. So linking phase is over. And the last and ending phase of your class loading is initialization. So I'm sure everyone remembers static initializer blocks. So I don't know whether I mentioned, but I just loosely mentioned that they get called in the class loading phase. Now you'll know better. So first this actual values. So you remember we had taken some example. So it is in this initialization phase, the active flag will be assigned the true value. So actual values will be assigned to static variables. And here, one class can have multiple static initializer blocks also. So those static initializer blocks will get called. If you are writing it as a subclass, then the superclass's static initializer block gets called first, followed by the subclasses. This is what I meant by execution takes place in top to bottom. That is, whose static initializer block first? Superclasses or subclasses? Top to bottom is pretty obvious. Parent to child. Superclasses first, followed by subclass. Any statement you don't understand, just write class A, add a static initializer block, put SOP1. Class B extends B. Sorry, class B extends A, static initializer block in B or something, and you can check it. So now, once you say your loading, linking, and initialization is done, then you can say that JVM can actively or JVM can now make use of these class in an active manner. So when you say active usages of classes, what does it mean? After that, instantiation can happen. Once the class is loaded, are you understanding? This is that class loading phase I just now discussed. Loading, linking, and initialization. And the details of all the things. Or you can then call the static method. You can assign the values to the static field later also, not in initial part. You can call a main method. You means JVM can call it. You just now really talked about reflection API. Using reflection API, you can call that classes.class.new instance, parameterized, not parameterized. And then you can create a subclass. You can initialize the subclass from that. So these are the, so all of it, before any of it can take place, complete class loading, including loading, linking, and initialization has to take place. Understanding still? The statements are clear? Okay. So here, there are different ways of initializing the class. If you create the new, if you create an instance, first the class loading takes place. So that is it. Our next topic is cloning. So for cloning, you will see object class has already given you the clone method. So cloning will also trigger all this. Using reflection API, as I mentioned here, you can say class.new instance, and this whole initialization means loading linking initialization will happen. And in our serialization, deserialization days, when you say I'm deserializing the object in dot read object, this is where the complete Java object is reconstructed from the byte stream. So again, the class loading, the whole class initialization happens, and then the instance is created. So these are the various ways of initializing the class. So runtime data area, I don't want to really spend time because we have, I think we have already talked about it in detail. So you can still have a quick recap. Method area and heap. Read this. You know about threads. This is the last topic of it we are discussing. Ending it suitably with JVM architecture. Anyway, read this. I won't disturb. So everyone knows that method area is where the bytecode file, the .class file is loaded and what it consists of. Static members, the instance variable names, the structure, and methods, class name, whole information. What is the meaning of shared resource? Shared across, shared between whom? Shared resource means what? You have to say shared between whom? Shared between? When I say shared resource, shared between what? Quick answer. No idea? Wrong. I said shared between, exactly. Threads. Shared, even if you create one, if you have one JVM main thread and we create suppose 10 different child threads, how many method areas will be there? One single area shared across multiple threads. Similarly, heap, one single copy where the non-static, the state of the object, non-static data members are memory allocated. And there's only one method area, one heap area in the entire JVM shared across multiple threads. So here, see if it is giving you clarity. If you create a book class instance, the book class instance is created and of course it is loaded in the heap. But what is it preceded by? Preceded means what happens before. Book classes information bytecodes are loaded in the method area, and along with that, once per class loading, which instance gets created? The java.lang.class of the type book, that instance gets created in the heap, which was our starting point or entry point of reflection. Then you know the stack area. How many stacks are there? One in entire JVM or one per thread? Answer is one. Don't say one. One is a wrong. I'm wrong answer. One per thread is a correct answer. So here the stack frame having the local variables stored, the method arguments, the temporary variables, everything I've discussed. So I'll not waste time on the things which you already know. And then there is a program counter register or PC register. Since different threads will hold different, they will be running concurrently parallelly. They have to hold the address of the current instruction. So it knows, the thread knows what is the next instruction to be executed. So how many program counter registers would be there? One per thread. But in addition to the normal thread, or in addition to the Java methods, which are written in a Java API, there is a concept of a native method. So what is native method? Native method is a method which you write in C, C++ manner. and any language other than platform specific language. And here, when you talk about native methods, the native method area I said, no, native method stack. The native stacks I meant actually. So this is that native method stack where a separate, see the diagram, the separate program counter register. Here, we are talking about native method stack. So that native method stack will be executed by one of these threads. So program counter register will hold the instruction of the native method, and that native method is not in the what? It is having a separate part of the method area where the code is already platform specific. So the information about this native method is not created, is not kept in the same stack as your Java method stack. So it has a different native method stack to find out what is the next instruction. But like I told you even earlier, we are not using, we are not using in your entire contents. You did not have any native method interface and all. So this is just an informational sake. So I have talked about it. Which thread? I mean, the thread has a stack. Stack has a stack frame. Stack frame consists of what do you say? Stack frames has the local method variables, the method variable array, and everything, so that you can read. Those things I have already talked in detail. Class loader architecture mainly I had not taken, and garbage collector architecture I had not taken. So now the heart of JVM is the execution engine. So this is where your .class files are executed, bytecodes is executed in a sequential manner. But before it can be executed on the native platform, it has to be converted into machine code. So now there are so many components of the execution engine. The first one being interpreter, runtime interpreter it is. Read. So if Java did not support JIT compiler or just-in-time compiler, what would be the, I mean, how will you compare the performance of the executable languages like C, C++ versus Java, which would have been extremely slow? Java would have run extremely slow. Why? Because it is just a sequential interpretation, translation at the runtime. So every time, even if the same method, same code is called 100 times, 100 times it would have translated, impacting the runtime performance. Okay. So that is where you enter JIT compiler. So there are so many hidden components. There, one of the hidden component which I don't think I mentioned here, no, is the hotspot profiler. So here, parallelly, there are various system threads which are internally used, worker threads with for the working of the JVM. So one of the threads parallelly checked during the interpretation. Is there any code which is getting called multiple times? Every JVM has its own threshold count. And if it is getting called more than that threshold count, should it be translated every time? Or should it get translated just once to improve the runtime performance? Of course, it has to be translated once. So a hotspot profiler identifies the hotspots, means it finds out which is the code which is required to be executed multiple times, and such hotspots are given to just-in-time compiler. So JIT compiler performs so many, that itself is a separate topic. It performs so many optimizations. It removes the dead code. It removes unnecessary if-else branches. So it does the optimization of the code. And then if it comes across some repetitive code, where it is going to store, what it is going to do is, when I say JIT compiler, it is what to what translation? Bytecode to native code, bytecode to machine code translation. And that will be stored in the native code cache. So where is this native code cache? In a separate area of a method area that you can call it as a native method area. You can say it as native code cache. So now the next time, if it is that repetitive code, repetitive method to be called, will JVM still pass it through interpreter, or will it pick up directly the translated code from the cache? Interpretation, interpreter, or from the cache? Of course, from the cache. You know, we have seen caching so many times in Hibernate and all. So that is what it will improve the performance. Okay. So there are different types of JVMs in the market. The one which we use is a hotspot. If you're using the Oracle supplied one, it's a hotspot, what do you say, a trademark. So it doesn't translate entire code, entire bytecode into what? Native code. It identifies the hotspots and does it accordingly. But there are other JVMs which will take the bytecode file and completely once in the beginning translate into machine code, giving you even the faster performance. So we have looked at interpreter, JIT compiler, assisted by hotspot profiler, which is the other important key area. What is it which makes JVM, what is it like different from the other things? You'll see similar things in .NET also. So anyway, so what makes Java special? Currently, we are not talking in .NET. The automatic memory management. Everyone knows that garbage collector is a separate thread, a daemon thread. Now you know about user thread, daemon threads, and all of that. So it keeps running in the background. And anytime there are unreferenced objects and there is a pressure on the heap, JVM will give the chance to the garbage collector thread and it will clear the heap. This is the superficial working. Of course, I'm going to tell you deep working. So there are basically it uses, I mean, in a superficial manner, because I've not yet started with the deeper algorithm. So overall, you can think of it, the garbage collector uses mark and sweep algorithm. But let me first say that. So marking, in this phase, it will identify the unused objects and mark it. In this marking phase. And sweeping phase means what? Sweeping is deletion, removal. So here garbage collector will remove the marked objects from the heap. And if the heap is under pressure, JVM will give the chance periodically to this garbage collector thread, and garbage collector can do the deletion of it. But is this really how the internals are working? Absolutely not. So wait for a minute and then I'll tell you the internals about garbage collection. So is there any way you as a programmer can request the garbage collection to happen? I hope you remember this. System class has a method system.gc. So you can request, a programmer can request the JVM to begin the garbage collection. And then there is another areas, JNI, where the Java native interface, where the non-Java methods can be linked to your Java application. And for running your non-Java methods, if you're running it on Windows, .dll files or Unix platform, shared object, .so files and all will be, those will be the native method libraries. So native methods, I'm not saying too much because we don't have those native methods here. But to see the big picture, I showed you. This is your big picture of the JVM, complete JVM architecture, mainly consisting of class loader subsystem, memory areas, method area, heap, stacks per thread, program counter registers, a separate stack for storing native method information, and the one which we showed just now, we talked about interpreter. See this, these are the more details about JIT compiler, 3 stages it works in, and hotspot profiler, garbage collector, and the native method interface and the libraries. So now I'm expanding the garbage collection block. Are other parts kind of clear? Overall clear? Okay. So there is a separate README. I think I shared this README on one of these earlier days, but I told you that we will come back to it and all. Where is my, wait a second. Yes. I lost the location. Yeah. So there is a complete separate me. Oh, actually, I forgot something. So 2 minutes, and I'm just going to tell you that please run this code and find out. I suddenly realized. In the whenever I discuss the class loaders, actually I can do it in a minute. If you want, you can do it parallelly, or you can just observe the output. So I have given you some ready code to test the class loader, which different types of class loaders are used and all that. So just a second, I don't have anything. Test reflection. Okay, I'll add here itself. So here, what I've given you is this is one package. So I'm copying it under SRC. I'm not creating a separate package for that. And here, actually, you don't require all of this. Test1.java is sufficient. Okay. So what I'm showing you is the delegation principle, or that, different types of class loader. Which are the 3 different type of class loader? Bootstrap, extension/platform. I mean, today called as platform, and the application. So start answering. Everyone remembers this? What does this return? Class type of reference. And which is the method to access the class loader? Method name is get class loader. So tell me, what will be this test1's class loader? Your choices are Bootstrap, platform class loader, or application class loader. Of course, application class loader. Next one. What will be the answer here? Which is the parent of application class loader, guys? Platform class loader. Are you getting it? And next one is, what is the grandparent? Ultimate root. So this is your application class loader. Its parent is platform class loader. And what is the ultimate parent? Bootstrap class loader. But you don't get the name Bootstrap class loader. You just get the value null. So Bootstrap class loader is represented by, it is the ultimate root. So you will see a null value here. And now I talked about it. So if you remember java.sql.date. So this java.sql package doesn't come under java.base. So which will be the class loader for this? 3 options. Platform class loader. And what will be the class loader for your java.util classes? Normal bootstrap is equal to system class loader, again represented by null. Okay. So just take this and you can check this out. So it tells you the application class loader, one is loaded by platform class loader. Bootstrap class loader is nothing but null. And here, you can refer to this. I wanted to show you so that you can see some confirmation about whatever we said is correct or not. Okay. Now coming to garbage collection again. Yeah. So I'll be discussing the garbage collection with one picture, but before that. So 1/2 of garbage collection I had taken in our first week of core Java. So what is garbage, which threads, how to request, everything. And this also, actually, I had also talked about these 3 triggers. The popular question is, what will trigger the marking of, when will JVM mark a particular object for garbage collection? Do you remember such discussion? Guys, core Java discussion. Yes or no, remembering or not? No, I'm asking you, I'm not asking you a question. There is already answer in front of you. The discussion, whether you remember or not. Not only dereferencing, of course, but dereferencing will happen when? That is the trigger. So dereferencing is a wrong answer. People are asking you which are the triggers which will cause the dereferencing, which will further trigger the garbage collection. So nullifying all the valid references. See the code, you understand it. So here, box B1 equal to new box, box B2 equal to B1. So now there are 2 valid references and you are nullifying all the references, of course, marked for garbage collection. How about this? How many objects, how many references? How many objects, how many references? 2 objects and 1 reference, right? And you have reassigned B1 to refer to the second box. So what happens to the first box marked for garbage collection? Next one, if you create a local object means what? Within the method local manner, and don't return its reference to the caller. What will happen? The reference variables are, the method local variables are stored on the stack. And the moment method local variable is equal to reference is over, how can the object is marked for garbage collection? So all these three had shown you with examples. What I did not show you that day was in that phase was an island of isolation. Okay, so have a look at it. I've got somewhere. It's nothing but a circular referencing type. 2 seconds. All these are typical, you should be preparing for core Java exam preparation types. Oh, the name of the tester is, okay, it is tester. Okay, start solving it. The name of the class itself is test island of isolation. What is it maintaining here? Reference of self-reference, type of the same reference. How many objects are, okay, how many references here, guys? Two objects, two references. T1 pointing to first object, T2 pointing to second one. Now see this. But T1 is the type of test island isolation. So T1 dot I equal to T2. So tell me, what is happening in this line number? Oh, sorry. My mistake. 2 seconds. Okay, so what is happening in this line? T1 dot I. If you see the object has a state. So you remember class pointer and I. So I is pointing to what? Here, T1 dot I is maintaining the pointer to T2. Understood or not? Can you visualize the memory picture quickly? Okay, so T1's I is pointing to T2 and T2's I is pointing to T1. So tell me, after these two lines called, are there any additional objects created or not created in the heap? Line number 10, line number 11. No additional objects. It is just having a link. So T1 dot I pointing to T2, T2 dot I pointing to T1. All that. Now, when you say T1 is equal to null, how many objects will be marked for the garbage collection? Answer is 0. Correct answer is 0. Why? Because T1 is null, fine. But T1, what was T1 pointing to? This object. But does it have another reference to it? Yes, exactly. Gaurav and whatever. Okay, so this, I said it. T2 dot I is still pointing to T1. So correct answer is 0. Okay, so here requesting system.gc, I'm explicitly requesting the I as in, application is requesting the explicit garbage collection and SOP after first garbage collection. How many objects will be gone? 0 from the heap. Now I'm saying T2 equal to null. How many candidates, how many objects will be marked for garbage collection now? Still 0. Come on. Now both the objects will be gone. Are you getting this? Why? Because here, see this. T1, okay, T1 is already null. Okay, T2 was the one which was holding the pointer to the second object also, and its I value was pointing or referring to T1 also. So now both are gone. So how many objects will be gone from the heap? Of course, both not gone from the heap. That's a wrong statement. After this, yes, there is a good probability, good chance that both the objects will be gone from the heap because you are explicitly requesting for garbage collection. But how do you confirm whether garbage collection has taken place or not? You remember, guys, in the object class, which is the method which is called by the garbage collector thread just before releasing the memory just before destroying the method, it's finalize. Remembering or not remembering anything? So I told you final, finally, and finalize. You know the difference between all three. So here I've just put a SOP. And if you want to do it further, you can always say thread dot current thread. You can see which thread is actually calling it, etc. Okay. So now you know about the threads, and also I can always tell you things. So please check. Tell me, after the first after I said T1 equal to null, was any finalize method called at all? Yes or no? Absolutely not. So does this confirm with your understanding? No objects are marked because fine, T1 is null, but T2 dot I is pointing to T1. I mean, that first object. But the moment you said T2 dot null, how many objects are marked for the garbage collection, or rather how many objects are gone, finalized? 2. And which is the thread which is doing this job? Is it our good old main thread, or is it a garbage collector thread? It is your garbage collector thread. And the name of the garbage collector thread is finalizer, which is the default priority, much lower priority. It is, oh, sorry, a higher priority than main, my mistake. Main runs with 5 and it belongs to the thread group whose name is system. Understood something? Got the idea about island of isolation? Okay. So this is like I know exactly what I'm not taken and what you should know, guys. So we are trying to fill in the gaps or voids or holes or whatever. Okay. So now I can take you to garbage collector. So here I had already opened this. My mistake. Okay. So now it is the more details part which I want to discuss. So guys, you can take it at your leisurely time. I mean, whenever you feel like nothing else to do, so read the garbage collector guides, So how it works? Essentially, mark and sweep. So marking the face, whichever are the objects which are in use, whichever are unusable, unreferenceable, unreachable, and that is called as the marking phase. And the deletion is equal to sweeping phase, where the marked objects are deleted and the memory occupied by the marked object is gone. So mark and sweep, marking and deletion is clear to everyone. This is the 0th level I'm trying to build you to higher levels. Okay, you can say mark and sweep, mark and delete is one and the same. So there are different ways. A normal deletion, which is not happens, but I'm just telling you about it. So what may be happening is, see, pictures help you a lot here. So now focus on this first rectangle, which is heap memory. So imagine that it wasn't broken down into parts, which are called as generations. Suppose it was a one heap, without any, what is it called, compartments. So in that case, the heap area is, you can fix the heap memory area with the JVM options, but there is a default large heap given to any JVM, depending on your computer's memory, computer's RAM. So if it was in one huge piece, one whole piece, your JVM's garbage collector thread will have to search over all the heap and then delete the objects which are unreferenceable. So can you imagine? This is a whole part of a heap. So some objects are, don't go by this hidden space and all. I have not yet discussed that. I have not yet reached there. So the whole part of the heap, suppose first 2 objects are there. So they are kept. Next 4 objects are marked for garbage collection. So they are gone, creating the holes in between. Again, some objects are marked, some objects are gone. So after the first garbage collection happens, what will you have in the heap? Fragmented heap or the contiguous heap? Fragmentation or no fragmentation? Of course, fragmentation. You might be knowing disk fragmentation. We have a defrag tool and all to, make it contiguous. So tell me, working with fragmented heap will be optimized, or contiguous heap area will be optimized? Naturally, contiguous heap. So, okay, so that is one question. So that is why the normal deletion doesn't happen. Deletion followed by compaction takes place. Okay, so that is one thing. Now, you yourself tell me, searching for what is it called? Unreachable objects in the complete area of heap will be faster, or if I divide it into smaller pieces and I just have to check in a small piece, that will be faster. Pretty easy questions I'm asking you. Of course, it is better if heap is divided into smaller sections. That is called as generational. Generation is what? Nothing but the parts of the heap. So as you can see, heap memory area is divided mainly into young generation and old generation, which is also called as tenured space, tenured generation. Okay, so naturally, so let's talk about it. It is all decided by the age, age, age of the object. So listen to this. The whole discussion is written already in that readme. So whenever you say new employee even equal to new employee, where will be the employee object created? Apply your common sense in young generation space or in old generation space. Young or old? Obviously young. And there are further compartments of it. So there is a, I hope you know the word Eden, the Eden Garden, Kolkata's Eden Garden, or in general, not that, I'm not referring to the stadium. I'm referring to the Eden Garden where the whole life started and all that. So the name is derived from that. So coming back to this, the completely new objects, which are very young, which are like infants, newly born objects, are all stored in the Eden space. So keep it light, simple, and clear to understand the garbage collection algorithm. Where are the newly memory allocated objects created? In the Eden space. Understood that? So fine. Till the Eden space gets filled up, till there is a heap pressure, there is not a heap pressure, nothing happens. Okay. But now, once the Eden space is getting filled up, it is approaching the limit. It has its own limit internally decided by JVM percentage wise. Okay. So now tell me. So listen to this. Eden space is almost full. These spaces are empty. Okay. I've not even talked about these. So Eden space is almost full. And now what? User means program wants to create more objects. Tell me smartly. I mean, apply your common sense and tell me. Will it fail giving you, what is it? Memory not available kind of error, or something else will happen? Of course, it won't fail. So here, what happens is a very interesting process. So what your this fellow garbage collector does is, it shifts all the reachable objects. See the word, all the reachable, referenceable objects to the, see the word, survivor space. So what is the meaning of this survivor space? Those objects which have survived the first minor. There are two garbage collections. One is a minor garbage collection. One is a major garbage collection. Okay. So the objects who have survived minor garbage collection are added in S0. Okay. So tell me, what are the objects here now in Eden space? Unreachable or reachable? Reachable. Did I say it wrongly? Guys, is my English so bad? Here, I said the survivor. The objects who survive the garbage collection are shifted here. So what are the objects which are kept here? Unreachable, unreferenceable. So in one clean shot, the sweeping becomes now so easy. Entire Eden space is cleared out. Understanding or not understanding? Guys, you gave me wrong answer. Clear or not clear? Got it? Okay. So now my Eden space is, what is it called? Empty. But the moment you are shifting from Eden space to survivor space, since it has survived the first minor GC, the age of the, internally there is an age maintained for the object. Age of the objects in Eden is 0. It is starting from this. So it is incremented. So age becomes 1. Got me completely? The age is incremented the moment the objects are shifted from Eden space to survivor space. Now the same story repeats. So, okay, new objects are getting created in this Eden space. Now the next time Eden space becomes full, okay, and this one, what is it? Our program, our business logic or whatever, I mean, our application wants to add more objects. Tell me what you think will happen. Will the objects be shifted to S0 or will they shift to S1? S0 or S1? Answer is S1. See this, see the thing. So all the reachable objects, surviving objects, surviving means what? Reachable. Okay, those objects are going from hidden to S1. What will be the age of such objects which get shifted from hidden to S1? 1 or 2? 1. They have survived the first. But guys, now there are some what is it called? Survived objects. So the minor garbage collection hits here also. And now this, so tell me, the objects which are here, they have survived how many garbage collection cycles? 1 or 2? Let me see your answer. 2. So when the objects are shifted from S0 to S1, what will be the age of the object? 0, 1 or 2? Of course 2. So now which spaces will be swept out or swept or whatever, I mean, horrible English. So anyway, which steps, these things will be gone? Hidden space and S0 space will be gone. You got me? Now the last one, this one last time. So now are you getting the picture? It is, some call it as from and to also. Anything as long as you are clear. S0, S1, 2 survivor spaces. So third time. So now let's go faster. So the third time hidden space gets filled up. You know the story. You tell me what will happen. Where will, exactly. So where will the surviving objects be shifted? Hidden space, S0 or S1? No. Where I said about old generation, I said the same story repeats, guys. Come on. It will go to S0. And they will have the age of 1. And then the objects will be shifted, the surviving, the garbage collection will happen over a very small area, S1 space, and those surviving will be added here with their age factor incremented. So this is what is called as major garbage collection or a minor garbage collection. This is all minor garbage collection, predictably faster. Okay, so now it is, so now see this, because of this swapping means only one way, shifting, the age of the object is incrementing. So, you know, when the age increases, you get older. So there is a threshold kept by the JVM's internal for the age factor. And when the age of the object reaches a particular threshold, then these objects are shifted from young generation to old generation. Are you understanding the statement? So only after these surviving objects reach a certain age, then they are shifted from young generation to old generation, clearing all entire young generation space. Understood so far? Can you visualize? Okay. And now ultimately, when the old generation space is also getting fuller and fuller, you are writing, suppose, a huge project, you know, Spring Boot application loading so many things, and it has so many surviving objects and all that, then something called as major garbage collection takes place. See why it is major? Because it is like a stop the world kind of an event where all the threads working with the garbage collector are paused. A major cleaning up of the old generation space, cleaning up of these young generation space happens. So this is, as I told you, it's a complete cleanup process, and then the whole process starts all over, cleaning up this and cleanup of the, I mean, whatever are the survived ones, of course, are kept here, but otherwise, again, the whole protocol, whole algorithm begins. So got some idea about the generational architecture of heap, the garbage collection part of it. And then there are so many types of garbage collector, you know. I mean, they use different garbage GC algorithms. So the one which your JDK 9 onwards or 8 onwards, I don't remember, the latest one is G1 garbage collector, which is called as garbage first. And it has replaced, this is old story, it has replaced your concurrent mark and sweep garbage collector, and it is working in a parallel threaded manner. And incrementally compacting means the moment it starts getting fuller, it doesn't wait for the entire survival or hidden space to get full. Incrementally, it will keep monitoring and shifting the objects from one space to another space. So the current one for JDK 11, they are using the default garbage collector is garbage first, or G1 called as acronym. So this was a little deeper look at the garbage collection algorithm, which gives you a completed feel or complete overview of JVM architecture. Got some idea? Finding it interesting? So you can, I will again give you this. Guys, I say I will give you, but I have so many things to share. So if I forget, just ping me. I mean, send me a message WhatsApp and I'll upload it on our Google Drive. So I have very good this thing link. There is a very good video tutorial where the author has animated the whole thing, the movement of objects and all, and you understand it so well. So give me a reminder. I'll dig it up from my links and all that, and I'll share that with you. Just give me the clue as garbage collection algorithm internals, and I'll send it to, I'll upload it in the comment, please. So this was one of the core Java pending topics. Move on to the next one. So cloning. So cloning is a short topic. So let's get it over fast and resume our advanced Java topics. So test cloning, I've given you this. If you want to try it out, which I would recommend, this is nothing but a Java project. So you can just import it. File import. Or if you don't want to import, you can just look at here and answer me what will happen types. So normal Java project. Getting copied. I've already copied all these projects in your help file. So if you have downloaded Day22 data, you already have these projects. So here, test cloning. Okay. So before I start explaining the code, all these days means full core Java days as well as advanced Java days. When we talk about, copying, are we, I'll talk in code. There's no point in otherwise. If I say employee E1 equal to a new employee, and if I say employee E2 is equal to E1, so what is happening? Copying of objects, copying of references, both or neither. What is it we are copying? Copying of references. Everyone gets it? And you know this fact so well. We have drawn memory pictures and we have spent really huge time on that. So now I told you that time also, unless and until you call new or unless until you clone, there is no way copying of objects or creation of new objects takes place. So what is the topic here? The topic we are discussing is a cloning, which is nothing but a copy of object. And once you get an idea about cloning, I'll show you shallow copy, which is field by field copy, and then the deep copy also. So open the core Java docs. This I can't explain because I've not written anything. It's not worth writing. So open the core Java API docs and go to the ultimate superclass, which is our object class. So, universal superclass of all Java classes is object. And in this object, if you search, there is a clone method. So once you have this clone method, can I use it? Can I inherit it in my employee class, customer class, person class, or order class, or the flight class? 100% yes. So you might think in Java it is so easy. I just say student S1 equal to new student, create a student object, and then I can say S1.clone. But if you do this, you won't get a compiler error, but you will definitely get a runtime exception. Guys, all these topics are exam objectives only. In real world, in practice, we don't use cloning. That is why I did not take it. Otherwise, I would have taken it earlier. So listen to the statement. If you directly try to create a clone, which is the exception you will get? Answer is right in front of you. It is your clone not supported exception. Next question. Is it a checked exception or is it an unchecked variety? You can see it's a checked exception. So you'll have to either, use throws or try catch it and all that. Now read this carefully. I mean, it's all given in the Java docs. Thrown to indicate that the clone method has been called to clone an object, but the object class does not implement the clonable interface. So if I say you read this and I'll ask you a question. So suppose I say student S1 equal to new student and S1 dot clone. And if you don't want to get clone not supported exception, what should we do? What should be done? Answer is there. Yes. So which class has to implement which interface, guys? Which class has to implement? Student class. The one you want to clone, the student class has to implement clonable interface. Everyone reached here? Now go to clonable. And come down here and tell me. Have they given anything? Okay, yes. A typical trick question. This clonable interface, is it going to contain that clone method? Answer is absolutely not. Which is the method added in the clonable interface? 0 methods. So no data members, no fields, and no methods. So what is such an interface called? It is a marker interface. Which other marker interfaces you know? One is clonable. You know that. No. Functional interfaces are not clonable. Functional means single abstract method, serializable. Yes. Anything else? You remember in JSP I had told you single thread model. It is deprecated, but that is also clonable. In your array list class implements what is that? Random access. So that is also what is it called? Marker interface. So coming back to the point, this is a marker interface. And like how, I'm just taking an analogy, like how during serialization, entire object graph had to implement serializable interface to allow for the JVM to allow the serialization and then the deserialization. Likewise, clonable interface just gives you runtime marker. So what does it mean? It is just checking whenever you call the clone method, your JVM will do the checking. Compiler doesn't understand all of that. It's a runtime marker. And if your class has implemented clonable as a marker interface, no methods, no fields, will it allow? Okay, so in that case, the clone method will succeed or will it fail? I'll repeat again if you want. I said, if your class has implemented clonable and you call the clone method inherited from the object class, will it succeed or will it fail? Of course, it will succeed. Why should it throw? And by default, it is going to create a shallow copy or the deep copy. Field by field copy means what? Shallow or deep? Answer is shallow copy. What is that shallow versus deep? In 5 minutes. Okay, so this is your understanding about clone. So I'll quickly recap. You can't just call the clone method because it exists in object class. Your class, which is to be cloned, has to implement clonable. And the clonable is all, it's not having any methods, it's a marker interface. So that will do the job. But now come back to the clone method. Okay. So now see this. Here, they have given you all the things. Wait a second. Somewhere they say, if I can't find, I'll just tell you verbally. It is written somewhere. I can't find it. This as a norm, as a practice, you as a developer, see my employee class, customer class, book class, address class are all the subclasses of object. So should they just inherit the method clone or should they override? Answer is it is to be overridden. Why? Because you can later replace the field by field copy or whatever, shallow copy by the deep copy also. And the other reason is here, tell me the simple question I'm asking. What is the return type of this clone method? Object. So do you remember a word called as covariance? Covariance. So overriding form of the method, suppose I've got a student class. So in student class, can I override this clone method? And can I change the return type from object to student? 100% yes. What is covariant type? Covariant return type means it is allowed to return a subtype of the superclass method. Correct? So student is an object. So that is where you will enjoy covariance. You will know about this checked exception. So you'll better handle it or include it in the throws class. And you know the principle behind the clonable interface. So this is what is the thing. And when I say protected, what are the legal access specifiers for method overriding? Same type or the wider. No, same or wider canal. So you can say either I can keep it as protected or I can make it public also. Got all the statements? I hope now this is sounding very easy compared to what we have been doing earlier. So please open now. Now I have said all the things. Now I just have to tell you the difference between shallow versus deep. So I'm starting with the shallow copy. So look for cloning shallow copy. And here it's a simple has a relationship. Anyway, you start. So if I remove this and if somebody means tester tries to clone the student, which will be the exception you will get? Clone not supported. So of course I have to do this. But this interface is a marker interface. No methods to implement. Answer this question. What are these data members? Instance variable state. So what is the data type of roll number? Primitive value type. Oh, hold on to this. That is what is going to tell you shallow versus deep. And what about the next this thing? Data type? Primitive type or reference type holding the address. Okay, that's it you keep. So here I'm initializing the roll number and I have given the setter for setting the address. You'll know all of it. Why? Overriding the toString to print the roll number and the address, adding the setter, adding the getter, and main point is here we are overriding, at override and all that. And I'm not handling this exception. So delegating it to the caller. And now when I say, okay, how do you do this? You don't write any cloning code. You just call the object classes method super.clone. And what is the example of a covariance? I can replace the object type by student. And of course, this returns you object. So here we are doing the downcasting. So this is a typical way of achieving cloning in Java. Understood so far? Got it? Okay, next. So now let's look at the, student has an address. Has a relationship, aggregation because they are two separate classes. Address has a city, constructor, getter, setter, and a toString. Got it? There's nothing like great about it. But what is interesting is always a tester. So start. How many objects are created so far? Okay, so now you'll have a confusion. Student type 1. And do you remember? Along with the class loading, you gave me 1, by the way. You forgot reflection so fast. So I was hoping somebody will say 2. Guys, per class loaded, the JVM creates an immutable instance of the class of the generic type student. Okay, so currently don't count that, otherwise we'll have a confusion. So student type of instance, exactly 1 with the roll number of 100. Then I'm having a address object created. Is there any link between these two objects yet? Link established or not established? It's a one-to-one relationship. You can see student has an address. They are all independent. And once I say s1.setAddress a1, you can draw the memory picture, by the way. So what is it you will have? S1 has 2 slots. I'm describing the memory picture. You want me to draw or are you able to draw it on your own? Draw it. I'll give you the instructions. S1, anyway, instructions take equal time. So let me take this, because otherwise, we just waste time and too many things again on our plate today. Okay, so this is the code. Start telling me. This feels like, I'm sure, core Java. So I'm not writing. Okay, I'll write that also. S1. I was going to say I will not write the stack. So S1. Then S1 is pointing to your student object, right? So draw the student object. I'm writing the output of the first line. Student object will have the slots, a class pointer. Then you have roll number. So roll number equal to something like 100. And the address A1 will be a pointer. So when this line is executed, A1 will have the value of null, but soon it is going to be not null. So this one, and the moment even before this, okay, I'll just shift this a little bit so that you'll understand. The moment you show the student class information loaded in the method area, bytecodes or dot class file, you can say, corresponding to that in the heap, as I said here, this is that reflection. So which is the class which gets loaded is, of course, it will have class pointer pointing here, and this is of the type class. The generic type would be student. Actually, generic types are all erased at the runtime. This is only for your understanding. So this object gets created. This special object for reflection. How many times this object will get created, guys? Once per class loading or once per instantiation? Once per class loading, of course. And here, actually what happens, so anyway, like last day, I don't want to confuse you. Actually, this points to this loaded information. So that is when you say object s1 dot get class, it refers here. I could not show you this earlier because this link was missing, and this class pointer points here. You can add the arrows in case you want it. So once we start drawing, we can't do the halfway job, you know that. Okay, so this is the picture, and then you have the other line here. What is that other line? Address. So now I'm not doing everything for address. You please do that for address. I'll directly create the address object. Correct? It has a class pointer and it has a city. City is a string type of a reference. So again, you remember string pool, constant string pool. So much we have done over for Java. So all those things I'm sure you will maintain. You manage. And what is the city? I guess I said Pune here. Whatever the value. And here, of course, you will show here properly. I'll just ask you verbally. What will, before this address instance can be created, which another class instance will be created on the heap? Class of the type address. Understanding me? Understood me? Not, don't say address. A class instance of the type address. So like how here you show here and show the pointers and all that. Now when I do the linking, that was the understanding about reflection. So now when I say s1 dot set address A, everyone knows what happens. Just change the color here. So here A1 starts pointing. Oh, I changed the color here also. Sorry. A1 starts pointing here. That is what happens. Okay, and you can draw the arrow. A1 is pointer to this address object. Clear in the memory picture totally? Okay, now, so when I say SOP S1, can you tell me what will be the output? As in which roll number and which city? It's a two string. So 100 and Pune. You got it? So nothing, what do you say, confusing. This we have been doing all our Java life. Now this is new, definitely. So you tell me, when s1.clone is executed, I made it clonable, etc., etc. What should I show? So another object, another reference, none or both. Okay, let us have this. Let me see what you're saying. What will happen? Guys, answer is both. Cloning is copying of object. So here you show the clone of this guy. Not this guy, this guy, student. Okay. So show here, just change it. And here, oh no. It's a clone is the objects field by field copy. So here, start showing. It says a class pointer pointing to that class of holding this. It has a roll number and it has the pointer A1. So tell me, what are the values here? Roll number is what? Roll number is equal to 100 here, and A1 is pointing to something. We'll show here and show in the stack. As good I started drawing. Explanation would have been so difficult, or you imagining would have been so difficult. So this is it. And anyone wants to tell me what will this A1 point to? Another address object or the same address object? Another or same? Of course, same. This is your field by field shallow copy. So just change this. I'm changing it. So this A1 starts pointing here. Okay. So make the arrows and all that, whatever you require. So now the next question should be easy to solve. So tell me, when I say SOP S2, what will be the output? Which roll number and which city? Quick questions now, guys. 100 and 20. Got it? Next, acid test, confirmation test of your understanding. What will be the output? S1 double equal to S2. True or false? Of course, false. After doing, somebody saying true. Guys, wake up. Please don't give a shocker on the last day at least. Here you can see S1 is pointing to the first student object. S2 is pointing to its clone, a separate copy of object. 100% false. Once you see this, you should not tell wrong things. Now, here I said S1 dot set roll number to 200. So can you tell me where should I make the change? In the first object or its clone or both? First, second or both? Answer is only first. Okay. So sorry. Takes a lot of time. I miss my actual board, this such cases. So here, this is what 200, right? So this is done. And then I'm saying, what is that? S1 dot get address dot set city to Mumbai. So tell me, where should I change this? I mean, where will there be any? Is there something like first address, second address? No, that is the example of shallow copy. So here, this city gets replaced. What is it? So this one gets replaced to Mumbai. Once you do it, guys, it becomes extremely easy to answer any whatever trick questions or whatever. So we have done this. So how many student objects and how many addresses? 2 students, but the address is not yet cloned. It is just a superficial, shallow copy. Keep that with you. So now the next question. What will be the output here? SOP S1? That is, okay, you tell me. SOP S1, please. Let's see whether you are answering. 200 and Mumbai. That was an easy one. Okay, easy, difficult, whatever. What will be the last line output? SOP S2? With the memory things, I don't think you should make a mistake. 100 and Mumbai. So guys, we made whenever you say clone, the field by field copy. So of course the primitive types are copied, memory allocation separately, but is it going down the address graph? Student has an address, and is it copying the address object into multiple places? Answer is no. Understood the meaning of shallow copy? Yes or no? Is the thing clear? So run it now, guys, and you can confirm our findings are correct or not. So as you can see, people told me it will be true somewhere. Okay, so of course S1 pointing to the original copy, S2 pointing to the clone. So of course false. This is your modification for the original one. So the roll number changed, address changed. Fine, great. So this is good. This is happening thanks to the shallow copy. But since both the address is never cloned yet, your address type of a reference is still pointing to the, I mean, it is sharing between the clone and the original. Both are pointing to Mumbai. Output clear completely? Okay. So I'll tell you what I want. Obviously, I want the output as the first one should be 100 and Pune, and this should be 200 and Mumbai. 200 and Mumbai I have given you. I want this as 100 and Pune. So how do you do this? Will you continue with the shallow copy or will you go for a deep copy? Deep copy. What is the meaning of deep copy? The address also has to be cloned. You understood what I'm saying? You are going all the way down the object graph. Later you can add address as a phone number. So you make a clone of phone number also that way. So tell me, if I want to create a deep copy, address has to be cloned. So which class has to implement now clonable interface? Obviously, address class. Public class address implements clonable. Which is the method you will override in the address class? Clone. What will be the return type of this clone method? Address. Thanks to, no, object is wrong because again I'll have to do the downcasting in the tester. Address, thanks to covariance. But just doing this is not sufficient. So let me ask you before I show you that code. One second. So tell me, after I make the address clonable, the student classes clone method change or no change? I'll repeat my question slowly. I said, if I want a deep copy, like we said, address class will make it clonable, will override the clone method. But will you have to make any changes here? Answer is yes. No change is a wrong answer. Address is yes. The answer is yes. So when you create the clone of student, let's say S1 cloned into S2, you will have to assign it to the address clone. Okay. So in short, if I talk in memory picture, after deep copy, what will be the change in the memory picture? Anyone wants to tell me? Let's see whether you understand through the memory picture. I'm not going to draw, you draw it now. It takes too much time. Yes, let me see what you are saying. A separate address object. And what will be the original one will be pointing to? A1 pointing to the first address. And this is, let us call it as A2 pointing to its own clone, I mean addresses clone. And then you can have a deep copy done via cloning. So have a look at it. There's another one. I just made a copy of the original project. So take a look at address first. What is the change? Earlier address wasn't clonable. So now it is clonable. And which is the method we are overriding is the clone method. Clear so far? Now come to the main object, which is your student. And here rest of the things are the same. So here what is happening? Student's clone, student object, original student's clone is created. Fine, great. But here what is happening? Clone of the address. You are doing the deep copy. Deep copy doesn't happen automatically. You have to do it. JVM just does the shallow copy, field by field copy. So address is a reference variable. It was simply copying it to another variable. So we don't want it. So we created the address ka clone and then we assigned it to the student's clone. Understood the line number 32? Can you understand it from the memory picture, please? So another address object and that address object pointing to, that student's reference pointing to the second address object and that student is returned to the caller. Guys, answer, clear or not clear with the code? So how many address objects are we talking about in the picture? 2. Are you getting this? Original address and its clone. So the S1's A1 pointing to original copy, S2's A1 or S2's address or whatever pointing to its clone. Okay. Now solve this and we'll move on to next one. Okay. So this part is same. Tell me the output here. What will be the output? What roll number? What address? It's a copy of the earlier code. Everyone is clear? 100 Pune. How many objects? So students clone. So students 2 objects. Address clone. Addresses 2 object. What will be the output here, guys? Line number 12. It's a copy 100 Pune, right? It's a deep copy now. What will be the answer here? True or false? Everyone is clear now? No confusion? Of course, false. You know this. Now, tell me. Okay, this you already knew. Where are the changes happening in the original object or its clone? O or C? Original. And here, tell me, where are the changes happening in the address 1 object, address 2 object, or there is no address 2 object? In the address 1 object. So naturally, last checker. What will be the output here of S1? I already told you what I want. Of course, it will be 200 Mumbai. And what will be the output here? Original values, which is what? 100 and Pune. Got me? Understood the difference between a shallow versus deep copy? Completely. See, I am going fast. I know that, but no, what you say, no choice. But still, I'm trying to make it as clear as it can be. So you have a lot of time. I mean, exam preparation time and all that. Start preparing. Don't wait for the last week just before exam, guys. That is typically useless. Keep reading. I know you have other things also to do other than Java, but sometime whenever you can find a free time, go through such samples. So this is your cloning in Java. Next one. It's a marathon today, unfortunately. So now I don't remember actually, but you have just an overview, basic overview of NIO. So this is again a core Java topic. So let me ask you, which is the Java package we have spent a lot of time for input output? Name the package. Of course, java.io. So java.io API, is it a blocking API or is it a non-blocking API? 100% blocking API. Means what? It causes, anytime you say read or write, causes the blocking of invoker thread. Do you remember all these statements? That is, the thread will be gone from running state to blocked on input or blocked on read, blocked on write, etc. So is there a non-blocking equivalent of it? Answer is yes. And that package is java.neo, or you can say java.nio. So all I'm explaining is the difference between the two and a slight architecture. So java.io is a blocking IO. Java.neo is the non-blocking IO. When we used Java.io, everything was streams oriented. You remember node streams, buffering streams, and those filtering streams. So streams typically represent bytes, the pipe of bytes or the bytes transfer mode. Here you will see in NIO, I'll show you one architecture diagram. It is all based upon channels and buffers. Channels are somewhere equivalent to your node streams. So here in the IO, there was no caching. The data was directly, it was written to a node stream. But here, caching happens because there is an inherent buffer. Not inherent, you have to use that. There's something called as a byte buffer, char buffer, etc. So because of buffering, data caching happens. Another one. So you have to go through it little with more time spent. But I'll tell you what to read. Don't read too much. One IO versus NIO, please go through. So when I say buffered reader, what type of methods you expect to see here? Read or write, character or binary? I asked you all these questions in our IO days. Buffered reader, read and character. Very good, Abhijit. You are remembering something. Another example, print writer, write methods, character. File input stream, binary read. File output stream, binary write, etc. So here, do they represent the stream classes, whatever stream classes we have learned? Do they represent unidirectional one-way data transfer or two-way data transfer? Is it having read methods, write methods, or both type of methods? RW or RW? Only read or write. So either you have a Java application writing the data using something like print writer, file output stream, etc., or you are reading the data. There is only one one exception. There is a class random access file. So random access file, it can support the bidirectional data transfer. You can change the mode to RW, and you can read as well as write. But majority unidirectional. But when you learn, if you ever take up java.neo, you will see that it represents bidirectional data transfer. I'll show you with pictures. But okay, so here, what is the advantage of IO over Neo? It is extremely easy to change the streams. Do you remember this example? Object output stream out is equal to new object output stream, serializer, new file output stream, and a binary file name. Or you could buffer. I mean, you could add the conversion streams and what was that? Buffering streams and the node streams all together. Here, it doesn't support any chaining of the streams, so the code becomes little involved. But because of this caching, and it has a direct access to the underlying memory, which one will be faster? Java API, java.io calls will be faster, or Neo calls will be faster? Answer is non-blocking IO calls or Neo calls will be faster. But unless until you have a look at, basic architecture, you don't understand a word. So first I'm showing you, this is what we did in the java.io days. So this is your Java application, Java program. This is your data source. This is not Neo. I have yet to show you the Neo diagram, java.nio diagram. So here, if I wanted to read the data from a data source into a Java app, we had to open the input type of a stream. And depending upon binary or character, we were opening those whatever, reader, reader or input streams, etc. Piped input stream, buffered input stream, file input stream, etc. And when you have a data, and you want to write it to the data sink, which could be file, which could be pipe, which could be socket, we had to open the output type of a stream. So this was your stream-based data transfer. Are you seeing any buffer in between? Is there any caching? Can you go back into the stream and say, I just want to rewind and send something again? Answer is no. This is your stream-based java.io, which we have spent, I think, 2+ days or whatever days on it. So now contrast it with java.neo and you will have some idea. Okay, so this is your java.neo. Okay, so take a look at it. I'll explain it in a minute. So start understanding the diagram. This is your Java application where you are. And this is the device. Okay, so device could be a data source to read the data into Java application, or the device could be data sink where you are writing the data to the, writing the data from the Java application to a device. So if you don't want to hear this, you can say files. So this is where your reading file is. This is where you are writing. Source file, destination file types. So as you can see, this is, are there any streams drawn in this picture anywhere? In short, java.nio, is it a stream-based data transfer or non-stream-based data transfer? S or NS? Easy question, non-stream-based. So streams are replaced by what? A combination of buffer and a channel. So channel will remind you of something like a node stream. You can understand that. So let me start. So let's say I have some, some orders, some data, some customer collection or some employees or products or whatever, and I want to store it in the data sink. So I'm explaining the data write operation. So you can look at the picture and you can tell me, are we going to write the data directly to the data sink? Answer is no. So the data is first written in the buffer. So which types of buffers it provides? You have a byte buffer, you have a char buffer, you have a long buffer. I mean, you have different types of buffers. So this is where the data is. And now this buffer cannot talk to the device. So like how we used to talk about node streams are replaced by channel. So you will see there's something called as a file channel for operating with files. So once the data is all written from Java application to buffer, when the write operation is done, you have a data in the buffer. So that data is written to the channel, or you can say channel reads the data from the buffer, and that channel will write the data automatically. Automatically means internal, using channel API. It will use it. You don't have to write anything. You just have a write methods and the data gets written. So see the data flow. Application developer like you and me, we dump the data in the buffer, and the data from the buffer is written to the channel written to the device through the channel. Okay, so here is the file channel. So take a look at arrows and tell me, is this file channel unidirectional or bidirectional? Uni or bi? Answer is, I hope, pretty clear. Of course, a bidirectional channel. You can see it with the diagram. So now, can I use the same file channel class to read the data from the file into Java application? Of course, yes. So what you do is, I'll start from the device and we'll reach the Java app. So data source, again, you open a file channel. There are so many methods of it. I mean, there is a constructor of a file channel and all that, or there are methods. So data source, we will be connecting to the same file channel since it represents bidirectional data transfer. And then this channel data is written to the buffer, or you can say buffer reads the data from the channel, whatever. And then through the buffer, or this data from the buffer is finally read into Java application using again the read methods and all that. So this is a major contrast or major change between java.io versus java.neo, which is full of channel and buffer based architecture. So if you want to go anytime deeper, I have given the buffer modes. Okay, so there are a lot of diagrams as always, and there is a complete readme, which I take it when a participant has a full NIO. So it is written in quite detail. But like I said, mainly you focus upon 2-3 things: IO versus NEO, and the overall concept of a channel and the buffer. And that is more than sufficient to at least explain to somebody what are the differences. But like I said, there are a lot of other diagrams, and I think I have got one project also which will give you the access to the APIs in java.nio. There is java.nio.file channel subpackages. So keep it at the overview level only. So this, I think, covers core Java topics. So this is all mainly covering the exam objectives and the interview objectives. So prepare accordingly. Project phase you hardly require. Now, okay. So are there any specific questions before we resume our advanced Java track? The exam related topics done. All core Java topics done. Guys, I need some response. So anyway, since no, I'll take it as no if you are not responding. So now, since there is a lot of topics, I'll just maintain to my sequence. I'll just shuffle the sequence depending on time. Okay, so let's follow this. Let me tell you, because it is going to take a minute or two, I don't know, depending on net speed. Spring Data JDBC is a parallel counterpart to your Spring Data JPA. We are coming back to advanced Java topics. So I'll give you the instruction. You must have downloaded. Has everyone downloaded day 22 data? Is it all available? Okay. So I have already done it, but you import. So I'll tell you the exact path. Day 20. Sorry, I'll open the way I have given you. Day 22 data, day 22 help, and open Spring Data JDBC. So what I've done is README and the Eclipse project all together. So now import this project as a Maven project. It's a Spring Boot project. So existing Maven projects into your workspace. Do it fast. I said import this project as an existing Maven project into your workspace, and it will start downloading Spring Data JDBC jar. So in the meantime, I'm going to explain the README or the concept. You let me know when it starts downloading a jar. Only 1 or 2 jars it will download. Couple of jars, not 1 or 2 exactly. And you should get this Spring Data JDBC. You let me know, guys, whenever you are done. Not after you are downloading. Let the downloading begin, and I will use that time to talk to you. Okay, has it started downloading, Prashant? Or is it done downloading also? Anyway, so let it happen parallelly. So right now, don't even look there. I will show you what it is. And so here. Read this much and I'll explain as always line by line. So let me start explaining. Like how we have spent so many days on Spring Data JPA, the Spring Data framework also gives you another project, another what you say framework, which is nothing but called as Spring Data JDBC. But when I say JDBC, we started Advanced Java with JDBC, if you remember that back. So it is not still, it doesn't take you all the way to the database. Some of the things, yes, you have to do, such as table creation and all, but still you will see, you will be able to enjoy the CRUD repository and some ORM features. So let me say this clearly. Is this a project objective? Am I expecting you to replace anytime Spring Data JPA by Spring Data JDBC? Absolutely not. But if you see the advanced Java contents, they have just said one bullet point, Spring Data JDBC. And I'm just taking this as a chance to tell you there is another parallel framework. So what are the features you want like mainly not find? So there is no caching. Everyone knows when you think in Hibernate, when you think in session or entity manager or whatever, first thing is L1 cache. Then there is a level 2 cache, query cache, etc. So no such caching here. It's our JDBC. There is no concept of lazy loading. You know, there is always, when you fire the query, data is fetched. And the other features such as automatic table creation and all are not supported. But sometimes, you know, you find when you use Hibernate internally generates, if you have not done the configuration properly, too many extra queries. So in that case, sometimes JDBC queries runs faster because you can actually control how many queries you want to run. So I'm showing you this as an example. So I'll show you the ORM, what Spring Data JDBC gives you, and you will see the annotations. Some of the annotations are the same. Only at entity and all will not be there because it's not a JPA managed entity. But you'll see all of that. But some things you will find similar. So in the in the shared jar, what is the additional dependency? That starter dependency I've added, you know. I've not copied it in the pom.xml. You remember we have a checkboxes when you create Spring Starter project. There I just said JDBC and I have selected Spring Data JDBC, which got this starter for us. So here, like whatever this thing, what is it called? Which is the which are the layers which I'm going to discuss? Only layers are Pojo and DAO. the controllers and the service layers, or I don't think I have a service layer here. Anyway, the controller layer is all the same. Okay. So if anyone really wants to look at it in a detail, there is a nice article I have shared here, which talks about Spring Data JPA versus Spring Data JDBC and gives you additional features. So now let me open it and we can run it, or you can run it on your own later also. So now open Spring Data JDBC. As you are downloading over, are all the dependencies downloaded? That progress bar is stopped. Okay. One more thing I'll tell you guys, because or anyway, I'm going to give you in between break. See, the next topic I'm going to take is the JSP view layer replaced by Thymeleaf. So there is also additional dependency, but I'll give you enough time to download. So open SRC main Java. Open, there's no service layer. Open the Pojo. Simple example I'm taking. So observe the import list first, and you tell me, are we using Spring Data JDBC framework or Spring Data JPA framework? JPA or JDBC? You can see all of this. OS, data, relational core. There is no mention of Spring Data JPA. Are you understanding? We have shifted from JPA to JDBC, and some annotations are the same, at ID and all that. But which is the annotation which is grossly missing? Which is the annotation we used to keep always as a mandatory one? Entity. So these are not JPA managed entities. These are only the object representation of classes. So anyway, let me not waste time. So which is the annotation which is same? Table. But will this table get generated when you run the project, or will you have to create the table first? Automatic table creation, or you will have to create the table and the schema generation programmer has to create. So if anyone wants to run it, I've spent a lot of time in generating this, rather giving you the sequence. So here guys, how to run, you can, if you want, you can just copy this into your our DAC22 or whatever database. So this table generation doesn't happen. Okay, so you can do that, and then you can see the queries and all those things very easily. So copy it parallelly. Next one. Now, at ID same. Can you tell me which is the other annotation which is missing here? With at ID, you are used to something. What is that? At the rate generated value. I told you, Spring Data JPA is not half as also 1/10 powerful as JPA. So is it possible to do the automatic ID generation like it was supported? You remember I showed you sequence type or that auto increment identity type or custom ID? Nothing. So who will have to? Is it going to be the assigned ID, supplied ID, or a generated one? Supplied or generated, assigned, supplied, whatever. Okay, and I've taken it very this, but you have the same annotation at column where you can supply. Again, this is your Pojo property and this is your column name. So just wanted to show this. I've not added Lombok. Have I added? No. So it's a simple one, old one. So the point is you can always add a Lombok and get rid of default constructors, all our constructors, getter, setters. Is the change in the Pojo clear between Spring Data JPA and your Spring Data JDBC? But now you are going to see something which is totally familiar. So tell me, when we were in Spring Data JPA, which was the super, okay, sorry. Before that, I should ask you, were we generating interfaces, implementation classes, both or neither with Spring Data JPA? Only interfaces. Which was the super interface from which we were extending? You remember the name? JPA repository. But JPA repository was extending from what? CRUD repository, extending from repository. Okay. So here, please open the whatever, this thing, import list. So here, org Spring Framework Data Repository, CRUD repository. And here you don't have, of course, how can you expect JPA repository when it is a Spring Data JDBC? But this part is the same. So what are the two arguments? Type of the Pojo and type of the ID. And can you see this? Guys, this is a huge, huge value addition to your JDBC. In JDBC days, we had to do so many things. So now that JDBC based DAO implementation class is all gone, again replaced by the interface. And like how I've explained, what is this? Nothing but a custom query method. If you, I just wanted to show you the example. If you remove this, you will have the finder patterns same. So finder method patterns, custom query methods, DMLs where you are updating is all the same. But I hope you are spotting the differences. What was the value of the at query annotation in our Spring Data JPA? Was it SQL or was it JPQL? It was a JPQL. Because the moment I say JPA, everyone knows it. And what is it we are adding here? Anyone can understand that. SQL or JPQL, here it is SQL. Of course, I'm showing the named parameter. You can always replace it by question mark 1, question mark 2, etc. So the point is that in Spring Data JPA, you have a flag native query. You can say true and you can inject the SQL queries there also. But the point is, today I'm showing you Spring Data JDBC, just an overview. So same annotation at the rate param. So this has to match with the parameter name, and then you can inject the value. Purposefully, I'm saying 1, 2, 3 and all, so you know it doesn't have to match. The moment you say at the rate modifying, what type of a query is it? Is it a select query or is it a DML? It, I mean, right now I said update, but it is generally a DML. You can write a delete query also, and I don't have to explain anyone the update query. Same thing works. So are you getting the difference and the similarity between Spring Data JPA and Spring Data JDBC? The DAO layer is more or less the same. Other than the fact that you don't have a JPA repository and all those find all and all those methods, but the CRUD repository is also giving you loads of methods. Okay, so this was our DAO layer. And like I said here, have I written any test cases? Because I've written so many places, so many times. No, there are no test cases. So there is a controller. Open the employee controller. Have you copied the this thing, table definition and some data there in that employees table? Okay, so I have not written this endpoint very well because the whole idea was to get it over with, just to give you some brief idea. So don't tell me that, okay, you are saying get mapping and you are modifying it. I know it is just to show you an example. So start. REST controller request mapping. Literally, we have been doing it, that and nothing else for so many days. So here, which layer I have skipped? Which is the layer which I have not written for the simplicity? Which is the skipped layer? Service layer. Because I did not have any extensive business logic, I'm directly auto-wiring the DAO layer instance, DAO layer interface reference into controller. So here, everyone knows, the moment I say REST controller, it is resource. It is not a well-written code, as in full-fledged written code. Ideally, this should be wrapped between the response entity and all that, but that you know. So why don't you just solve it for me? Creating an MTR list. This is your find all method. You can take the cursor, by the way, here. CRUD repository. This doesn't return you a list. It returns you an iterable. This is coming from CRUD repo. So is iterable containing a higher order function for each? Yes. So why am I solving it? You tell me. What will happen here? Tell me. What is happening in line number 22? It's not a difficult question at all. So find all returns you what? How many records were there? I think 3, 4 records were there. So it will get the iterable assigned to those records. And each record by record, what is it I'm doing here? I'm adding those employee references, all done automatically by your CRUD repository and populating the list. Complete details. Yes, you are right. This one, Yogesh. So here, am I SOPing it? SOPing? No, I'm not SOPing it. You can add. Oh, I'll put it. I am not assigning it here. I can do it here itself. This is a for each. I am not. I can add SOP, populated list or something. Populated list. So that, anyway, when we are spending so much time, might as well do it properly. So I hope this part is clear. Now, this is just to show you, like how we used to use the finders, same thing I can use it. And I think I've hard coded. So one of the records, actually it should come from the path variable and all that, not going to that extent. So showing you the various things, find all method, similar, not same. In our JPA repository, find all returns the list of persistent mojos. Here, there's no such concept of persistent and all. It just returns the iterator, but to the employees. Here, the finder method, and here that updation. So you remember that update salary wherever, that modifying query. So here we are doing the updation of the salary. Understood this? Understanding the point? Whatever we are talking about here, just showing you how the Spring Data JDBC works. So you can launch this project if you want. I hope you have even updated and all those things. Run it as a Spring Boot app. Let's see on which port number, 8080. So if you have a port clash issues, you can make the changes. By the way, yeah, so you have to make the changes. I forgot to mention, guys. I think you will remember, but anyway, application.properties file, of course, whether it is JP or JDBC, the same thing has to be there. I mean, the database properties are the same. So check on the console whether your application has started, and let's try this endpoint. Which endpoint? /emps. So here, /emps, and as you can see, that is the reason I had not put it on the server side. So whatever are the records, whatever are the employees, the entire employee list is here. The same thing as a debugging message, populated list. Then I was doing something like finder, right? Yeah. So this is the example of that finder method. So this here the first name or name was not unique. So I had two employees by the name Ria. So showing that. And then there was some updation, I guess. What is the value? 38,000. So now you check into the database. What is the table name? You remember the table name because I'm using different classes. Employees or EMPS, I forgot. There is no list here. I'll have to check. Employee class, EMPS, yeah. And you can see that we have updated the salary, not using Spring Data JPA. Yeah, thanks. But using Spring Data JDBC. Got a feel about Spring Data JDBC? Of course, completely at an overview level. Anyone wants to go deep? I've already given a link of a very good tutorial to get started with Spring Data JDBC. But as far as your project is concerned, yesterday somebody was asking me, I guess Ragini, that she wants to connect it with MongoDB. Still, I'll never recommend Spring Data JDBC. When you have learned so many days Spring Data JPA, you have a MongoDB connectivity with Spring Data JPA. So in short, use that. So guys, let us take a break here because I'm this thing, whatever I'm saying has to reach you somewhere. So I'm just thinking, okay, do one thing. So in the break, this time leaf dependency will get downloaded. So when we come back, you don't have to waste time. Just a second, I'll just check whether any other dependencies you'll require. You are not going to require anything else. Okay, so let's just do the one thing and let's take a short break here. Open D22 help. You will see what is time leaf and all that after we resume. So you see a project here, Spring Boot time leaf. Import it as an existing Maven project. Only one new dependency I've added. I've selected using that selecting checkboxes is time leaf. So that will get loaded and keep it ready. And then I will explain what is time leaf. It is nothing but a view layer. It is a better option, or people use it much more often compared to JSP. JSP is a faded technology. So people use time leaf, but will you require time leaf if you decide to use it as a, tell me, full stack application or a monolithic web application? Time leaf is a view template technology. If you develop it as a Spring Web MVC application, monolithic web application, then you have a choice of replacing JSP by ThymeLeaf. But why I brought it so late or so this? First is you have an overview. And the other thing is you are anyway going to use React as your front end. So this is just a exam object. Again, not exam, but just a point which you should know. What is ThymeLeaf and how? So let us take here 15 minutes break, guys, and we'll resume in 15. Okay. So get the dependencies kept downloaded and ready so you won't waste time once we resume. See you in 15. project. Okay, so you are downloading downloaded dependency also. Downloading of the dependency must have finished. So let me tell you first what is it about, and we'll just run through the ready-made demos. That is all I'm doing. I'm adjusting it as per the weightage of the topic. So if you start with the README, again, like how I've given you every time the reference documentation and all. So this is the ultimate site. Okay, the version of the time leaf can change with the Spring Boot version, but the earlier the version was 2.1. So you can look at timeleaf.org, and all the input, all the details, whatever I've taken is basically from there. So start reading with. Okay, I'll read. I'll say this much. Okay, actually this line also you can read. So you'll start getting a feel of what is time leaf. Okay, so let me start explaining line by line. So it is timely when you say it is a like how you have a React as a JavaScript library. This is your open source Java library, UI library, licensed under Apache. So it is a Apache Timeleaf product. Okay. But instead of using, okay, so I'm just comparing which is the view layer technology we have used starting from our early days, JSP, Java Server Pages. So I'm comparing JSP versus Timeleaf. So JSP is not a template engine. JSP is nothing but a translator servlet, and it has a proper life cycle which gets maintained or which gets, what do you say, called by or managed by the web container. So this is nothing but a HTML5, or typically we use XHTML as for creation of the templates, whereas we have only support of JSP for HTML. server side server side Java template. It is not it has nothing to do with the JavaScript in short, and it gives you a much better integration, or rather Timeleaf supports the integration with your Spring MVC view layer in a much simpler manner than your JSP. There are ready-made tags. So again, it is since it is XHTML, the syntax is we will be creating a .html. I'm not creating, but I'll be showing you the .html, but it will have the XHTML namespaces, and you will see that these XML tags, whatever I'll show you, the link tags and the form tags and all that, those are the predefined tags coming from a DOM, proper XHTML based DOM, and it is a complete substitution to JSP. So what you have imported just now is a monolithic Spring MVC based web application. So dispatcher servlet, handler mapping, what was that? Your request controller, service, DAO layer, everything the same. Only thing is, if you remember our view resolver, what was that view resolver doing? It was doing the translation from logical view name to actual view name. And we were giving the prefix and the suffix property. Suffix was what? .jsp. So now that view resolver bean, you don't have to configure anymore, because Spring Framework has a ready-made inherent support for Timeleaf based templates, which are nothing but HTML templates using XML tags. So you'll see you don't even require the view resolver entries. It does the least amount of IO operations because it is because it is not translated into servlet. It is not nothing to do with the servlet technology. So this will be the view layer compared to JSP. If you build it in a Timeleaf, it will be this thing faster. So here now understand the points where we used to create. Okay, let me say it properly. Have I written it right? So here what I have done is, what I have given you ready-made is, I had created a Spring Boot project. All other dependencies were the same. There was an additional checkbox Timeleaf. So I just checked that, and that is where my Timeleaf dependency got downloaded. So Where we used to keep the view layer, JSP based, everyone knows. Was it in the public folder under the context root under the root, or was it in a private folder? You know, it is web-inf views and all that. So here, the default location, I'm going to show you everything with Spring Boot. So everything is about defaults. Can it be changed? Yes, but extra configuration. So where it will be? Under SRC, you know, you have main resources, Java main, SRC main resources folder, and we have not tapped this earlier. So there is a separate folder templates where you can add your normal ordinary HTMLs and this HTML also. HTML having the time lift tags you are going to add. Can you create, like how I was telling you, customer related pages under customer folder, user folder, admin folder? Can I create the partition separation? 100% yes. But instead of going to that web-inf views, you will be storing this under main resources template folder or its subfolders. And again, because it is under SRC main resources, it is going to be, what is it called? Deployed under the web-inf classes only. Again, not accessible directly to the client. Now, how do you do this? You'll see it with the example. So this I'll not explain now. I'll show you the example. I'll explain the example and you'll get the feel of it. So let's do that. So here, stop the earlier projects. So you know there's a red square. So stop earlier Spring Boot. We are going to launch a new one, not immediately but over time. So let's say Spring Boot timely. Start with the open the controller. You're going to find it exactly same. So this is your Spring Boot application. It is not having any JSP based dependencies and all that. So I have bundled it in a jar file itself. And where is it? I wanted to show you. Right. So start with the homepage controller. You tell me. I have actually copied it from our earlier one. So here / map to index. So what is the logical view name you are having here? Logical view name index. Everyone understands it. And it is not using our standard view resolver. It is using the timely template engine. So open the SRC main resources application properties file and tell me which is what is it? Which entry, which configuration is missing from here? View resolver. You remember view resolver properties, prefix and suffix. When you don't add anything, the default view layer template is taken as time leaf, and which is the default folder where you are going to keep the time leaf pages is under SRC main resources templates folder. So here I have created some, just to show you Bootstrap. You know Bootstrap min CSS, you know main CSS and all that, and this is your tiny JavaScript just for Bootstrap JS and demo JS. So it is more like a regular template technology, view layer template technology. But what I wanted to show was this I have included. Included means imported in those time leaf pages. So tell me which page I should open. What was the logical view name? Index. Since there is no view resolver, what will be the Spring Boot look at by default? It will open SRC main resources, templates, and it will open directly index.html. Understood how the control came here to the index page? Earlier we used to write index.jsp. It is all back to .html. But the moment you see this, is it a HTML or rather is it a XML within, is it XHTML? XML within HTML, you can see that. And the XML namespace is referring to that timeleaf.org. Okay, so it is basically going to use everywhere. The timeleaf th is the namespace using here. And I think you will be able to understand this easily. So this is your nothing but an anchor tag. And now you see this. We had to write, you remember in our JSP days or JSP based view layer, we had to say anchor tag href and double whatever quotes and then spring colon URL / hello, all gone. There is a direct th time leaf tag href and the value. This is all attribute. This is a attribute of your anchor tag. And when I say this, so I'll ask you my standard question at the rate, and this is nothing but your link tag. So when you click on testing Thymeleaf, can you tell me what will be the next URL coming from the client? Easy question. I mean, guessable. What will be the next request ending in? Don't tell me the URL. Yeah, so localhost port and all. And here /hello, or I'll just check. Yes, you are right, because I've not given any context path. So it will be directly /hello. Guys, are you understanding? Don't say /hello because I have said here. I have, if you see my application property file, I have commented the servlet context path. What is the default value of a servlet context path? Blank. So that is why your answer is, I don't know, luckily you just guess, but it is correct, /hello. And then we'll see. Okay, so it will go to dispatcher servlet, handler mapping, and see the home page controller and tell me which method it will call now as its response. Guys, 90% is the same. 10% view layer replaced from, change from JSP to Thymeleaf. So say hello method. Are we injecting any dependency? Empty model map. Are we adding to any attributes under the model? I mean model map. Yes, I could have done it with the method chaining. And now, what are we looking at? This is stop. Let us stop calling it as a logical view name. That is the correct answer for view resolver. So this is going to be the name of the HTML. And what is the default folder location? SRC main resources templates folder. So which is the next page you are going to open? Obviously hello.html, and you can see the things so easily. So H4 everyone knows. So here directly it is added as the attribute th:\text. That is like how in JavaScript we can add a text as well as string interpolation and everything. So this is the, in the single quotes, this appears the static form of the text. So hello Thymeleaf @ and everyone can guess. What are we looking at? So it is equivalent to, guys, JSP EL syntax, but come out of JSP, it is Thymeleaf expression language now. And unlike JSP, are there something like the EL implicit maps, that is page scope, request scope, session scope, and whatever application scope? Answer is no. So when you say $ and curly braces directly, it directly refers to model attribute map. So there is no support for this. This is not JSP EL at all. This is, we are now learning or looking at. Learning is to this thing. Hardly you can learn in such a less time. But this is nothing but you are accessing model attribute. So it doesn't search under multiple maps. It searches only under the model attribute map, which is nothing but under the request scope. So I think this should be easy enough to understand. Understood so far? The Thymeleaf modification or changing from JSP to that. So let's check this much, and then I'll show you a CRUD operation. Whole CRUD operation I'll not show you, but I'll show you one out of that CRUD. I mean, one thing. So wait a second. Yeah, you can run this, right click, run as Spring Boot app. Check the console as always. I've not written any SOPs, but you can see that I'm running it on the default port, and the default context path is all blank. So now go to, you can clear the screen, so other things can appear here. So now I'll just say localhost 8080. I'm not given any context path. The default context path is all what is it called? Empty, blank. So which is the page which is serving this? What is the name of the page which is serving this content? Is it index.jsp or index.html? It's an index.html. Everyone knows that. And you know, it is still a forward scenario. So client doesn't know that you have changed it from JSP to HTML, or to be precise, XHTML. And as you can see, it's your standard /hello. And this is, of course, the timestamp, so of course dynamic. And this is that number list to show you how to handle the model attributes in the time leaf, which is nothing but dollar, curly braces, and name of the model attribute. Understood something so far? Working or not working in your case? I hope it is working. It's a simple demo. Now let me just make a check. I did not get time to check everything, to be very honest, yesterday, but some things I tested. 2 minutes. So now I'm showing you the CRUD operation. So you'll say CRUD operation you have seen so many times. The view layer replaced by time leaf. So just a sec. Student.java. So the name of this thing is student. So I don't think we had any class. So I think it will get created. Let's run this. Let me see if I had already got it. Wait a second. Oh, I have it. So I'll drop that. So that your output and my output will match. You don't have to because you won't have it. So guys, I don't want to waste a minute on those Pojo and whatever layers. So this is your Pojo, student Pojo, name, the constructor and all that, Lombok based. For those who it is not working Lombok, remove the annotations later. Currently, you can just look at my demo. Of course, you have a repository. Is it using, now see this thing. Is it using Spring Data JPA or Spring Data JDBC framework? You can see once you say data.jpa, it is quite like clear. So I'm not at all showing that was just one demo, only one demo in the whole discussion. So you know the finder methods, you know everything. The layer above that is the, have I written service? No, directly injected this. So now open the student controller and it is with the what to say, request mapping is // students. All this is done with the links, don't worry. And here, when I say list, of course, what is it we are doing? Now you are back to JPA repository, find all, and returning the list. Again, the same question. Is it a logical view name or is it a name of an actual time leaf template? It's the name of a actual time leaf template. So what will be the page you will expect to see? List.html under the templates folder. So first, just let us run the demo and you will have clarity about the things, like then you will understand. Only one operation I'll explain. So here you say student list. Okay. So what is the problem is I dropped the table. So I think that is a problem. Just give me a second here. I think that should be the problem. Yes, the table doesn't exist because guys, you won't have this problem. You must be seeing no students or empty students or something, right? Yeah. And what I did is I dropped the table when the application was running. So how can it create it now? So just a second. I'm stopping it and I'm restarting. Let the table get created from scratch. I'm just checking the console. Yeah. So the table got created. All that is fine. Clearing the console. So is this the same output you are getting? You must be, because see the URL guys, nothing had changed except the view layer, controller, DAO, Pojo, everything is the same. So I'm just running through the demo. Can you recognize your bootstrap and the container class and everything? Looks much better than our JSP. See guys, JSP also you can add a bootstrap, Spring colon URL, link tag and all, style and all. Only thing is we did not spend time. So here, let's say something. Again. So all it is the change in the view layer. And since in the CMS, content management system, I did not show you because see, all is time permitting, you know that. So here my chances to show you the edit. So the moment you see this, what I must have done. Okay, are you looking at the empty blank form or pre-populated form? Of course, pre-populated. So what is the technique I must have used quickly? You remember anything? form binding. So I'm lifting the data from the database into POJO and binding the POJO to the form, but without using JSP, Spring supplied JSP form tag library. Here I'm using Timely form tag library. Okay, so becomes easier. And then if you say, suppose I want to change the phone number, you can by the way check all that. I am not yet updated. This is guys, the business logic part, down layer all is the same. It is only the view layer you concentrate upon. So if I want to change her phone number to something else, not having any restrictions. So you should see that form, view layer is getting updated. So anytime you want to, and database is also updated. Anytime you want to revise your form binding technique, you can refer to this two-way form binding. Loading the data from database to POJO and POJO to form P to F. And when the form is submitted, form data is added into POJO and updating the record. So let us stress only that much, and I'll take you to the next one. You can see all those update queries and all fired. So you know, oh sorry, you can test it all whatever you want. So this is all CRUD with the grid view. So all this thing, and you can test it leisurely. So here, now let me focus. Is it working all right for you guys? The updation, deletion, adding, all CRUD. Okay, with a better look. So let's stop this and let us stress as usual one flow. So start with list.html. This is your timely supported href anchor tag, and the attribute itself is th:/href. So now I don't have to pass it through Spring URL and worry about it. So when the user clicks on it, what will be the URL pattern added? HTTP localhost port number / is the same /student/add, and that will be going to this. Now see this. By the way, there is a JSP core tag library C:/if, but today is the day of timely. So here it's like what we call it in React is conditional rendering. You remember conditional rendering in React? Yes or no? Conditional rendering, guys. So the component is rendered or not rendered depending on your conditions, the particular text box or whatever. I mean, so solve it. So here, you guess what must be list. It is name of the model attribute under which I've stored the student list. There is a function in the Timely template library is empty. Oh, sorry. My bad. List is not a name. The students is the name list. I am so sorry. List is the predefined keyword in the Timely. So if the student list is empty, what is the output it is going to send? What is it going to render is only the H2 tag. You got it? But unfortunately, there is no if else. I like how it is th:/if. There is no th:/else, but there is th:/unless. So simple question. When will it render the table and the form and all that? If and only if, unless this list is empty. So if the list is empty, sorry, not empty, I meant. So if the list is empty, it will print no students yet. Otherwise, it will draw the table and it will show you in the view. So some color, some margin, etc. So all of that is added. Now, this is your header tag. Look at this, and I'm just going to edit. I'm just going to go through the edit part, and that will be it. Like so. What does this remind you of in our JSP days? Just try to find the equivalence, and you learn it faster. Of course, C: for each. So we had to add the JSTL tag library. Timely template library is so powerful, you don't require any more imports. So you are checking for each student in that student list. No request scope, no page scope. The moment you say $curly students, it is referring to the model attribute map. And then you are printing the name, email, phone number. And now there are two things I'm showing you. because it is a one CRUD operation. So I would just want to take more opportunities. So let me ask you, you think and answer. When the client clicks on edit, edit what link, you saw the edit link. Suppose the student ID is, let's say, 10. So can you tell me what will be the URL pattern generated? If the student ID selected is 10 for updation, what will be the URL pattern? Start. Yes. So slash student slash edit is anyone can guess. And here, this is the syntax for what? Adding the request parameter or adding the URI variable. Answer is request parameter. And which is the annotation I will be using in my controller to read it? At the rate request param. Got it? Now the opposite, I mean not opposite, but the other one. When I click on delete and suppose student ID is 10, can you tell me, solve this and tell me what it will be? What will be the URL pattern now? A URI path variable or a request parameter? Of course, a path variable. So it won't be ID equal to 10. It will be slash student slash delete. This is a template variable. So it will be directly, I think, slash 10. We'll just check. Yeah, it will be slash 10 directly. ID equal to it will not require. It is, when it is a path variable, you don't require any name. So I've just shown you both the things. So let us stress the edit part because I had not taken this earlier. So which controller it will be mapped to naturally? The moment I have written a URL pattern of students, of course, it is going to student controller. There are no other controllers. And here it goes to edit. Take a look at it. Everything you know. So request parameter, I'm taking the student. In case it is present, adding the model attribute student, and this is the object. And then what is it we are doing? So which is the next page I should show you? After the student details are bound. See this, model bound to view, POJO bound to view layer. So it is model to view binding. Which is the next page you would like to see? Of course, update student.html. So open that. And this is where just a small chance to show you exactly same things, guys. You can also use in JSP. Only thing is, I would suggest in JSP, instead of directly writing href and https for bootstrapping and whatever, font awesome, any fonts, anything, you just pass it through sprinkle URL and you will be like in place. So rest of the things I'm not explaining. The formatting part, I've just copied it from some standard bootstrap startup code. So you can start with this. Form action hash means the form will be submitted to the, I mean, if I just write this only same URL, but the moment you see the action attribute, this will be overridden. So tell me, what will be the, what is called? Suppose student ID is, let's say 10. What will be the form action? What will be the next URL to which form will be submitted? Slash students slash update slash 10. So that is the same thing. Next one. So here, anyone wants to guess what is happening here? It's looking at time, I'll give the answer, form binding. So here, at the time of loading the form, which to which binding? Form to POJO or POJO to form, or model to view layer or view to model. You can answer in any way. Answer me in model and view. Yeah, you are right, but give me the answer in model and view. Which is the model? POJO. And what is the view layer? Time leaf. So it is model to view layer binding. You got this? Method equal to post. And then you can see somewhere here. This is again the, like your interpolation. So here, this has to match with the POJO property name. I think this is looking similar to our rendering JSX, closer to the syntax rather than JSP. So it is the field name, it is matching with your POJO property name, and automatically it will assign the value. And there is a error tag here. So if there are some validation errors, for example, you have added not empty over the name and user submitted the empty name. So these errors will also be displayed in a red color and whatever. I mean, in one style, the moment you keep the variables, the data empty. So let me just check. Yeah, I have added. So you can see the rules, annotations, what do you say, constraint violations and all that, and you can play with it more. So the point I'm trying to make is, of course it will take you, it took you some time to adjust to JSP. Of course it will take you more time to adjust to Thymeleaf because you did not have any practice. But since it is just a Thymeleaf overview, the whole idea was to show you there is a parallel to JSP view layer in the form of Thymeleaf, and this integrates directly with your Spring Boot application in a much lighter and much better manner. So this is that populated form. It will get submitted to /student/update with method equal to post. So control comes back to this, and you have, if there are any errors, then you are again taking the user back to the form, update student HTML. Otherwise, you are calling the down layer method. And I hope you remember, save is nothing but save or update. And as usual, this keyword, the whole controller is the same. So you are redirecting the client to the student list, but in the next request, post redirect get pattern, and again the list will be displayed. So this was the quickest overview I could provide in the given time. So definitely spend time on this. And like I said, I've given you the link in that README where whatever documentation I've given you is basically taken from that link. So start with understanding simple tags in case you decide to upgrade or migrate, which I think is a remote possibility. When you have React frontend, you won't be using it. Got some idea about the templating technology under the name Thymeleaf? Got the idea of the changes? So this is all, like I can say we can spend time on. Again, there are so many interesting topics. Let's see how much we can actually give justice to. So here, let's see this. Yeah, this is I'll take, definitely as a next one. Otherwise, somewhere I can alter the flow depending on the importance of the topic. So one of the excellent reasons behind Spring Boot framework being so popular is the testing support. So do you remember? We have already written the unit test for DAO layer and the service layer. Is everyone understanding what I'm saying? Has everyone written at least one unit test case for your DAO layer and the service layer? Yes or no? So which is the only layer where we have not written any test cases? Quickly. Don't say POJOs. POJOs you don't test. Yes, please. Controller as well as REST controller. So what I'll show you under this project is basically writing the test cases. So some of the things you know. So controller test and the integration test is only thing. Service layer test and all I'm not going to show you once again and waste time. So first, import this project, please. Under here, so there will be something. Yeah. So under the folder Spring Boot testing, this is your Maven project, Spring Boot Maven. So import it as an existing Maven project. Tell me when should I start? I'm giving you a lot of stuff to go through, lot of ready-made demos. And then as per your project needs, whatever specifically you need, if I can create a small demo, template demo, I can always create and send it to you. Anyway, you just do the thing. Import Spring Boot testing in your workspace as an existing Maven project. Doesn't use any additional dependency. Spring Boot testing dependency comes with a Spring Boot starter. Okay, so some of you are saying, Akshay is saying that. I'll anyway start explaining, and you can do the job of importing it parallelly. So it's the same layers. So of course, I'm not going to spend time. And mainly our job is, or my job here, my interest is to explain you the writing, how to write the controller level tests. Okay. So the easiest controller is the test controller, REST controller, sending the greetings, hello REST. Nothing complex about it. Open the test controller and understand it in a half a second or half a minute. Got this? There's nothing complex about it. It's not even calling any service layer, nothing. And then the other one, product controller, has all the layers. So this is like a product as a resource oriented architecture. So whenever you apply your REST understanding to your projects, create the resource oriented architecture definitely. I have a plan which I could not do in last few days because I was spending maximum time with you. We have done this content management system. So this content management system, we have created it as a complete, and the larger part of it, we have done it as a monolithic web application. So you know the full logic there. So it takes, I won't say very less, but yeah, it will take a lesser amount of efforts to convert it into backend. So that job I will do, and I'll send you in, I don't know how much time, I won't quote, I won't commit, but in the next couple of days, I will convert the CMS application having all CRUD, I mean, adding tutorial, removing tutorial, all, but not as a monolithic application, but as a, this application, what is it called? Backend. And everyone knows we have done the security also. So time permitting, I'm not promising I should also get time. So time permitting, I will also add the Spring security to that CMS. So it would be a good reference which has entity to entity relationships, layers, controllers, and everything. You understood what I said? Will it help you? Tell me that, because if I take efforts and it's not going to help you, then the whole point is really like wasted. So give me a reminder after 3-4 days that you are supposed to give us something, and I'll start working on it whenever I get time. There is no, but I can't give you a timestamp that by this, whenever I get time, earliest I'll share, but keep reminding me. React, I'm not a this thing, I'm not going to spend too much time. Okay, I'll see. I mean, I'm not promising. React means another 3-4 days I'll have to invest. So why don't you start working on the React front end, and whenever you can keep sharing the code, and whichever endpoint you cannot access, I will help you in that. Because again, React means React hooks and the functional and all those things too much. Okay, so if you want end-to-end template project, you want a full stack project, one I have given you employee management, but I will see. I've got somewhere, yeah, flight reservation system. Okay, so that demo I had created for some other training, that is end-to-end. So remind me to share with you. I'll have to customize because I think it was written with a customer, this thing component, class component and all that. So let me see. I have some version of flight management system. I'll share that. But let me look it up and then I'll do that. Keep reminding me. So coming back to the point, where were we? Yeah. So we are talking about product controller, and all I'm saying is all this, you know, get products, the request parameter and this whatever, path variable and all. So the idea is not explaining controller. Idea is to show you how to write the test cases for this controller. So you can keep this controller open and I'll start explaining the test cases in a sequential manner. So here I've written something. Okay. So service layer test, I'm not showing you. We have done a lot of testing for service and down layer. Just today morning, we wrote something. So see this. So what we are going to do is, first I'm showing you, am I showing you, okay, I'll rephrase it as a question. Am I showing you the unit test only for controller layer or the integration test, which involves from controller to database? Answer is only unit test, only testing the controller. And then I will show you somewhere the integration testing also. So what we are discussing currently is the only controller layer unit test. So which is the, what is the dependency of the controller? Service. So if your controller actually is making the call to the real service layer, then it doesn't become a unit test, it becomes an integration test. So here I'm mocking. Mocking means simulating. Mocking, it's a in place substitution. It's a mock service layer. So it is, I'm not even starting the whole web server. I mean, your Tomcat container. So there is something called as a mock MVC framework. There is a mock bean. There's a lot. So you will see that. And if you want to test your controller, you can adopt this approach. So what we are discussing is here unit testing of controller layer. And then I'll show you the integrational part also, integration testing also. So what is it we are having is open the src test Java, comma, and here the name of it is, just a second, so many things I've written. So product controller test is the one you should look at. Okay. So start observing the changes. Which was the main annotation we used to add to load or start the entire Spring container, Spring Boot test. But here, I don't want to start with service or the DAO or the POJOs. So I just want to load only the controller layer, Spring MVC component, and that to a particular controller. So you can take a cursor here and you can read later. Annotation that can be used for Spring MVC. Spring MVC component is basically a controller model and a view layer. So this is only I've added. I want only to load the product controller. What does it mean is I've written which beans, which Spring beans will be created and added in the, what is it called, Java heap, only the product controller. So no service, no repository, no POJO, nothing. So, okay, I'll tell you the point behind. Suppose you are actually writing a huge project where you got tens of controllers, tens of service layers and whatever. Then even starting a test case, running a test case takes huge amount of time, and test cases should be very fast. Okay, because that is where you are, I mean, that is where you are doing the testing, not running the actual code. So generally people suggest load only those beans which are required for a particular test case. So here, auto wiring the product controller in the test, because that is the only one which is of interest. And here, this is the major thing. So here, when you see mock MVC, again, you can take a look at it later. It is simulating all incoming HTTP requests without attaching your either Postman client or your React app. Nothing you require. This is going to simulate the request. You will see this. Take a look at it in a faster manner. Already there are a lot of comments. So what are we injecting? Are we injecting the actual product service implementation class or its mock? You can see from the name @mockbean. So methods will not be, you can put a breakpoints and all, don't trust. You can add a breakpoint in our service layer and you will see those breakpoints will never reach, because they are not delegated to the real implementation class. It is the mock of it. This is using another framework internally called as Mockito framework. So this is your, I mean, till now we did not require. It is a object mapper class, which is a heart of marshalling and unmarshalling. Jackson supplied. So there are a lot of methods of object mapper class. I did not show you this earlier because Spring Container was doing it. So now look at this and understand. It's called as a health check, sanity test, whatever. So assert not null controller. So when will this test case pass? If your controller bean is not null, that means the dependency injection of controller layer has happened. So this is to confirm this. Now spend a minute on your own and I'll start explaining. Okay, so let me start explaining line by line. What is happening in this line? Product class instance. Easy, transient, you can say. Now, when you say here, when it is not, it's not a like a test class method. It is all the import static. The test, JUnit testing, integrational testing, we use lot of import static. So this is that org.mockito framework. So it says when is nothing but a method name. So I think it is English like. So what is the meaning here? The meaning is, you see, it is not a real service which is going to hit to the database and all that. So you are training your mock layer. And what is the training you are giving? Anytime on the service layer, on the mock service layer, the method is called get product ID by 12. What is it going to return? It is going to return this product P instance. I'll repeat. This is nothing but you are training the mock, or you are initializing or setting up the mock. And what is the information, or what is the rule you are giving? If your controller, if any layer calls the service layer get product by ID, is it going to be delegated to the actual service layer or its mock? Actual or mock? It is actual, sorry, it is the mock layer. So you are saying when the, on that mock, when the get product by ID 12, I mean 12 is just a number, you are giving, you are calling this method. What is that mock bean going to return? Always the product instance P with sweets, I mean product name, price, and whatever, the expiry date or something. So here, okay, let me say this properly. So now start the, what do you say, understanding the method chaining and everything. So when you say mock MVC dot perform, can anyone tell me? Can guess smartly. You have your whole rest background with you. So tell me, what is it we are mocking? In this line, mock MVC perform get, what is it you are mocking? I was going to say mopping. Not really. I mean, I have a question here. Like, what is it you are mocking? What is it you are simulating? Not a acceptable answer. Guys, yeah, URL, but what is a better way? Request. Incoming request you are mocking. You are simulating as if without attaching the REST client. Are you getting me? Without attaching your React, you are mocking the incoming request. That is the highlight of your mock MVC framework. And now, as you said, which is the request method we are mocking? Get, put, post, or delete. Everyone knows the answer. Get. And what is the API endpoint? /product/12. So here, where the, okay, so let me ask you, because it is confusing in the beginning. So this request, when you say mock MVC.perform, will it be, what is it called? Will it be taken by the product controller or its mock? Think and answer. This request will be submitted or will be serviced by the product controller or its mock. Let's see what you are saying. Of course, product controller. Guys, we are not mocking your controller. We are testing the controller. We are mocking the service and below. So where the control goes, control will go to, you can add the breakpoints and all. So which method I said, I forgot. So which method? Yeah. So, okay. Now, I think that was what Prashant was answering earlier. /product/12. So anyone wants to answer? Not this. Will it be get product ID by request parameter? Or what it will be? You tell me the name of the method which will be called. The incoming request is /product/12. So answer the question. Which method will be called by your mock MVC framework? This much has to be understood. /product/12. See guys, /products is already here. Which one? So I don't think you have any other option. Not this is a request parameter. So this one, I guess. Yeah. So the method will be called as get product by ID path variable. What is it you are saying? Yeah, you are saying that. So guys, this is a /12. That product ID will be replaced by the template variable. You will see in a minute. So here, this is what is like the point I'm making is this is, I'll see if flag fine. So here you will see the product ID 12, and here flag is false, so it won't throw the exception. I just want to show this test case passing first. And now the real question. So when this line is executed, the call will be made to the mock service layer or the actual service layer. Mock or actual. So that answer is mock. Understanding what is being mocked and what is being tested. So now let me go ahead. So now, so this is the request sent. Okay, request gone with the path variable. So now see, it is English like. So after the request is serviced, what is it you are expecting and expect? So here there is a JSON path. I'm not given anything. Okay, so JSON path means it is basically a method to trace. So what we are checking is the you are going to get a response in the JSON object. Which response it is going to send, guys? You saw that, a product. So JSONized Marshall product. So I'm just checking, is the name sweets here? If the if the controller is working fine, this has to work, and the everyone can understand that. What is it I'm checking here? There is a comment also. Which part of the response packet is being checked? Response status code. So by default, if you don't have any error, of course, the status code will be okay. So that will make the test pass. So you don't have to do the sanity test. Just double click on it. I'm just checking. Okay, it doesn't hit the database. I was thinking, do I have to check the database? It is not even going near database. So right click, run as, and JUnit test. So it will start the debug mode on. And here you see this, get product ID with the path variable and check if the case passes. Test case passes. Understood something about how to test the controller by mocking the rest of the layers. So it is purely a unit test meant for the controller. So what you do is you can just copy this and add it as per your requirements in your projects. And similar one is for the adding. This was for testing. So when you say add the product, take a look at it. Again, is it a unit test or is it an integration test, guys? Integration test means which spans over the layers. So unit test or integration test? It's a unit test, only controller. Other beans are not even there. So we are mocking a service. We are telling the service bean that, or that mock service bean, mock bean that, if anyone calls add product with any product type of instance, then return this particular product. That is what is the mocking involved. And once you pass it, when you say slash products, naturally, which method will be called? I don't think there are multiple methods here. So post mapping, and already there is a class level pattern slash products. So you will see request body all unmarshalled. And there's no question of reaching the actual service. It is all mocked. So here, now you are checking the result. Since there is a response body annotation, what will be the content type? This is we are setting the request content type, application JSON, which we do it in Postman by checking. And then I'm expecting the status okay. The product name, here I have already given it as green, and the product ID, whatever. So just wanted to show you how to write layer by layer test without getting into integrational testing. Got some idea about it? Earlier was a get method. This is your post, simulating the post request. But do you really expect to see any products in the database? I hope answer is no, because it is not reaching the service. So how can it go to the DAO layer at the database? Okay, so this was for other unit testing. But if you really want to do the testing, again, I'm saying you will have a proper testing course, but I'm just preparing you for earlier that. So now you have a integrational testing. So when I say integrational testing, are you testing a one single method, one single layer, or are you doing end-to-end testing? Or testing multiple layers? Answer is testing multiple layers. It is also called as end-to-end. So here we are going to start. You'll see in a minute with some annotations. We will start the Tomcat server. Of course, it will start in the debug mode. and all the layers from controller to database will be all real. So what will be the only mock? Will be still mocking the mock. I mean, we'll be still using the mock MVC framework. So the incoming request will be still mocked. So if you open, now I have to check. Now it is going to hit the database. So wait a second, you can also check. You know what to check: SRC main resources, application properties. So I think I've done this. Okay, you edit if you want to check this. Username and password. And here, what we want to do is, I wanted to check something else. Product. There's a named query example. You can look up this Google search named query example where you can call the query by its name, product find by name. So currently, I think this is all right. So this is not even using look. So the table, I have a table by this now. I'll just check. Okay, I have a table created. It will get created in your case, don't worry. So now let me show you the integration test, and then we'll move on to something else. This is your mock MVC with server. Open the test case by the name mock MVC with real server or with server. So start looking with the annotations. So here, your regular annotation. So tell me, which beans it will create? Controller, service, repository, all of above, none of above. Answer is all of above, all the Spring Beans. Only thing is here, since it is we are starting the Tomcat in a debug mode, it will pick up any available random port. It's not like what is it called in 8080 or 1990. It's not going to read from your application resources, application property file. It will start, and that port I'm injecting. There's an annotation local server port in the server port. Mock MVC is the same. Object mapper is the same. So this is the easy one. You can, I mean, okay, that and do, and this is, I mean, some of it you will know, some of it you won't. So let's write this, and then there's a product controller related things. So you remember I had written a test controller, which just says, hello REST. Start solving. What is happening here? You are simulating, you are sending, I mean, there's no actual client where I have connected it to REST template or whatever. So we are simulating the request. Endpoint is /test. When you say and do, you can later read. Performs a general action means it is taking the action. So it will print all the details of request and response. Again, I am checking the expected outcome or the status should be okay, HTTP status code, and then it is returning that response or keeping that response on the console. And here, I hope okay, I'll still explain. So you remember I have sent this hello REST string. So I'm checking this result contains the response. So when I say result.getResponse, here I'm converting this JSON response into string and matching it. So if your controller, currently there is no service, there is no doubt, because it's a simple test controller, this test case will pass easily. And then we will talk about it. This won't pass, so we'll have to do something for that. So here, run this. I'm just confirming before giving you this that it has all the things. Okay, so it has, I was looking at the green bar. So here, when you say, or when I said that and do and printing, see the entire anatomy. So mock HTTP servlet request, requesting method get, URI, the part, which is that handler. You remember request handling controller. So the whole thing is debugged. And here, flash map you don't have. And also it is giving you the display, the results. So what is the response body containing? Hello REST. And that assert equals works fine. So the test case passes. But this is not as interesting. So why don't you, just a second. Why don't we spend time on the next one more? Okay. So we will have this and we'll go to the next test case. So look at test add product. Start looking at it line by line. So what is it I'm creating here? A transient product. You can see that. Now start answering the questions. Tell me. Only solve this much. Start. So the request is sent to, request is sent with which method and to which endpoint. You're simulating the HTTP request. You know that. Which method? Post, and the endpoint is /products. Easy. What is the type of the content we are sending? Request body content, JSON. All we are supporting is JSON. And then here, can you see this? Here, see this. This is a product object. So if we have a proper Spring container and all that request body annotation, here, sorry, let me say this properly. Postman was doing the conversion for, and Postman we were giving the JSON string. But now go from inner to outer. This is your Java object. So when you say this is that object mapper from the Jackson, so what is happening here? Which to which conversion? Write value as a string. Okay, you don't have to string. I know it is late. Method can be used to serialize any Java object to string. So basically it is Java to JSON string conversion, and that is sent as the body content. So guys, take a look at this part. So what is the requesting endpoint or URI? /products. Which is the method we are using? Post. What is the content type of the request? Application /JSON. And most importantly, what is that request body? The JSON conversion or the serialized or marshaled output of this product. So this finishes the request part. Understood something? Okay, so now this request is hitting the endpoint. So now we are talking about the response. So here, this is excellent for debugging, because just now I showed you, it gives you the full anatomy of request and response. And now I'm just having a simple call. So just checking if the status is okay and whatever it is returning. So pause here and check. What is it? I think it is returning the product. I'm not sure. So yeah, it is returning a product. So when you say and return, this result, the results response body is going to be a product. Okay. So here, just a second, why I've done that? Oh yeah. So this has to be changed, guys. We don't have any data in the product table. This I tested multiple times. So product ID. So now set the product ID to 1, make a change and answer this, and we are ready to test. What is it I'm checking? Asserting. Asserting means confirming. So first argument is what? Expected. Okay. So the product converted into JSON, and so that is expected. So this product converted into JSON with the product ID of 1. And can you tell me what is that actual? Where I'm taking that actual response from? From the result. And you know this, when the expected meets actual, test case pass. Understanding or loss. This last line could be a little heavy, or maybe all the things could be heavy. So I'll say this again. I have hard-coded the product details. Why I had to do this? Because Hibernate is going to generate the ID and that will be assigned. So if you don't do that, the assertion will fail even though the product is inserted. So let's just do this quickly. What I'll do is I will drop the table, drop table product. So it will be exactly at the same level as yours. Okay, so now run this test case and we'll confirm if I've forgotten something more. So test add product. So is it skipping the service or DAO or the POJ database table? Nothing. It's a full integration test. Only thing which we are mocking is the incoming request. And in the next one, I'm replacing that by the REST template or other test REST template. Anyway, so select it, right click, run as, and save all. I hope you have changed that product ID to 1. So I'm like checking the console, you check yours. So yeah, table is created. And first thing is whether yes, test case has passed. You can confirm it here. So as expected, this was nothing but a post. So it is all integrational testing from controller to database, passing through so many layers. And here, I'm just checking the output here, console, because on console, I've written so many things. So I'm not showing, okay, you can check the HTTP request. See this. What are we looking at? The request body content, JSON or no JSON. Of course, you can see it is a JSON, that product. And in the response, I'm again returning it, but with the generated product ID. And that is why I've said somewhere, set product ID equal to 1. Making slight sense at least, because I know it's a very fast thing. So reaching somewhere at least. Writing test cases is an art or skill by itself. So I'm just showing you the basic things, how to get started. And you can copy these test cases and put it as per your project pojos or controllers or whatever. The last one, the name is REST controller test with server. So here we are going a level ahead. Okay, so before I say this, what was the only thing which was mocked earlier? Incoming request. So now take a look at it. We have spent a lot of time in explaining you the REST template, which is exact equivalent of your Axios instance in React. So here, can REST template itself be mocked or what do you say, simulated? Answer is yes. So the test version of REST template is test REST template. So here, I hope you will be able to understand this. So get for object, I'm not get for entity, get for object is the same. So here, I'm hard coding the protocol. Server port, I can't hard code because it is all going to be decided randomly. So taking that server port and sending the request all the way from the REST template to this controller. In short, in this case, are we using a mock MVC framework or are we not? Answer is you won't see any mock MVC being used here. All I'm using is the simulation of a REST template. So similarly, I've written it for product controllers also. So you might have to change some of the data because, as per your table and all, and you can confirm it. So last two examples are really useful for you because they are showing you how to write the integrational test from controller to the database. Spend more time to get more things. So this was another important thing I wanted to show you. Further. Reach something already people have dropped. So those who are here are really patient guys, looks like. Reaching something or not at all reaching anything. Tell me honestly, openly. Reaching something. Okay, 1% is also little bit. I know, because how can you understand? See, we are used to doing everything on our own. But some things like if you start writing the test cases from scratch, takes a lot of time. So here, I'm just taking what to tell you directly to look at and what to take a little bit. Okay, so here I've written in detail. Please follow this sequence. I'm not saying on one day, impossible. It will take you easily a week. So you can decide that, okay, I will just look at whatever she has sent under transactions and I will cover only that. That way you cover. Okay, so you already know that once we enter the Spring Hibernate or Spring framework, we have not written where we have written our we are not managing the transactions. It is all Spring supplied or Spring managed. So all that flowchart and all I have already explained, but there are additional things which I have not explained. So somewhere you mark all sequence is very important. Important means not at all exam. I mean, some of them are exam objectives, but that is for taking you to a next level. So the basic, more than basic level, I have already taken you. But in addition, if you want to go deeper, there is a one readme transactions.txt, and I'm going to explain only the part of it. So because Again, it is good to at least get you started in a stuff. So let me say, I'm just checking what else can I show. Okay, let's start with transaction.text. And let me ask you a simple question, knowing the time and all that. Which is one annotation which we place to order the Spring container to automatically manage the transactions? Single annotation I'm talking about. Everyone knows it. And that annotation is transactional. So is there anything I should read? I don't think I should this. I did not look at your messages. So I just read your at transactional. So I'm starting from what is transaction, acid properties, and lot of basics of transaction. But here the Spring solution, what it uses, everything is detailed out. But I will come to the main part which I want to explain. So this is also a little heavy, but like cannot be helped too much. 2 seconds. So here I've written somewhere 2 minutes. No, I'm not. This is not the readme. I have just a second. Let me see if I've got a transaction configuration. I've highlighted, yes, this is the one. So, okay, that larger one is there, but here is the summary. So you can start reading the summary and then add more. So let me say this once again. How do you tell Spring container to automate the transaction? Using at transactional. Everyone knows that. This is the only thing I have supplied so far. But I'm saying, are there further customizations possible? Can I tell the Spring container the timeout, that if the transaction is taking, the unit is in seconds, if it is taking more than 10 seconds, roll back the transaction? Can I say that it is a read only, so don't apply the locks? It is just a select query it is going to fire. Can I specify the rules for rollback or propagation and isolation? Answer of it is all yes. So what I'm showing you is at transactional annotation has 5 different types of attributes. So first 3 are extremely easy. Read the first one. The moment you add a attribute timeout. Okay, sorry, what is the default value of timeout? Something like -1. In short, the timeout, it's like it will wait indefinitely. But if you expect a particular transaction to get over in 10 seconds, you can supply this timeout factor. And as I said earlier, if it is exceeding, because something is must be wrong, what will Spring container or what will that transaction manager will do after 10 seconds? Will it commit the transaction or will it wait or will it roll back, discard the transaction? Of course, it will roll back the transaction. So this is how you can configure transaction timeout without writing. This is called as declarative programming without writing any code. Next one. Here, the default value. Okay, sorry. There's another attribute called as read only. So tell me, if you are using the JPQL select, what is the transaction? Read only or read write? Modifying or read only? Simple one, read only transaction. So in that case, if you tell the container that whatever follows is a read only transaction, the locks, the database, underlying database will not apply the locks, and lesser the locks, what it is? Better performance. So you can explicitly tell the container, and you know how we do it. So here at the class level, you have one annotation at the rate transactional, and you can add a method level annotation again at transactional with read only equal to true. So tell me, who will override whom? Method level will override the class level or vice versa? Which instructions will be applied? Method level or class level? Of course, method level annotation will supersede override the class level. So if a particular method is just reading the data via select query, JPQL select, you can say read only equal to true. This is also easy to understand. So let me say, let me say this properly. What is the default rollback rule? for transaction manager mean? In simple English, when will your transaction manager automatically discard the transaction, roll back the transaction? Yes, exception. Of course, exception. Which exception? Checked one or unchecked one? Checked exception or unchecked? Unchecked. Unchecked means what? Runtime exception and below. But in special case, this is all for just understanding. In most of the cases, you don't even touch it. So the point is, in the most of, but if you want to change the default rollback rule, which is rollback for runtime exception, can I change it? Answer is yes. So now I'll ask you direct question. When in this case, under which exception the transaction will be rolled back, and under which case it won't be rolled back? It's pretty easy. When what is the rollback rule? If this method throws IO exception, rollback guaranteed. And if you have an unchecked exception, will it discard the transaction or not? Of course, it won't roll back. But guys, don't do this practically, because all your Spring and Hibernate exceptions are unchecked exceptions. So this was I've just set up for an example. And the more detailed are transaction propagation level and isolation level. So that cannot get over just by I tell you and you understand. So first I'll show you about isolation level, which is nothing but the locking, not the locking exactly, but the isolation, separation between concurrent transactions. So for that you have to refer to the larger whatever readme. So let me give you that. Okay. So here, let's see, read this and comprehend as much as you can. This is the isolation, degree of isolation I'm defining. So the question of or the problem of isolation will come if there is only one transaction or if there are concurrent transactions. Tell me, concurrent transaction or a single transaction? Of course, everything. Isolation comes with concurrency. So the degree to which a particular transaction is isolated from other transactions. So there is a very famous problem. These are all database jargons, lost update. So one transaction has updated a column and other parallel transaction updates the same, silently overwriting the changes. I'm going to show you separately. But these are the other problems which are the known names in the database world. So dirty read, unrepeatable, and phantom. I will share, I don't know, yesterday I shared the authors I follow. So I'll give you a link, a particular very good article on transaction. So when I say dirty read means the transaction can read the uncommitted data of a parallel transaction. So tell me, will any sensible database, will it allow the dirty reads as an uncommitted reads, or it won't? Of course it won't. The dirty read means, you understood, one transaction has updated the data but not yet committed, and parallel transaction occurring can read the data. So dirty reads are typically disabled by the database. But using this, you can enable this. So reading the uncommitted changes is the example of, not example, is the definition of dirty read. Now unrepeatable read means, imagine two parallel transactions. One is a longer one is a shorter one. So the shorter one, let me see. Yeah, so let's see this. So the longer one reads the data, let's say number of products under a category books, and finds the value as, let's say 10. The other one, the shorter transaction, updates the number of books. Maybe some books are purchased, some books are added, whatever. And the shorter transaction gets over. So earlier the number of books were 10. The shorter one changed it to 14 or 15 or 20, whatever. So now if that longer one reads the same row, same record again. And if it gets the value which is different than the earlier value, it is a problem known as unrepeatable read. So you must have learned acid properties: atomicity, consistency, isolation, and durability. So it is that, so tell me, if there are unrepeatable reads, means you read the same data, same record multiple times and you're getting a different value. So which principle is violated? What is it not? Consistency is compromised. Are you getting it? So there is a way to set the isolation levels and kill the problems. And then there is a something which is a special case of unrepeatable read. So the same, shorter transaction, longer transaction. Longer transaction said something like select count star as in number. How many books are from the category? Let's say books. And then the other transaction inserted some records. So naturally the row count will get updated. So here, if the number of rows are changing, whenever you are reading the data from the same transaction, it is nothing but called as phantom read. So what is the solution to this? All these are the problems typically seen in concurrent transaction. So the solution is maximum isolation. Means what? Allow one transaction at a time. So when one user is performing one transaction, lock all other users. We remember synchronization monitors and all of that. But the moment you apply the lock or the moment you increase the isolation level to maximum, what is it you are compromising? Higher the extent, larger the extent of the lock, of course you are compromising on performance. So people don't go to this maximum level. So there are different isolation levels, and these levels you can configure using @transactional annotation. The name of the attribute itself is isolation, and you can configure it. So this is your default database level. And then you have certain things. When you say read committed, you will see dirty reads are gone. So uncommitted reads you cannot use, but non-repeatable and phantom read problems can come. If you go to the higher isolation degree, what is also gone? Dirties are gone, non-repeatable are gone, but phantom reads can still occur. So if you say, I don't care about the performance, which is not really true, so you can set the degree at a serializable level. Serializable means one at a time. So it is a complete lock applied to one of the row, or sometimes table also. Entire table gets locked and one transaction can happen at one time. So that is about your transaction isolation. And so this is a heavyweight concept. And then there is something called as transaction propagation. Propagation means continuation of one transaction to another. So again, there are so many behaviors, but you have to go through in a detailed manner. I know, it is too heavy to understand in the short time. But like I said, it is an additional, all these are too many advanced topics today. So the default behavior is given as required. And I'm going to show this with a demo, and then maybe I'll ask you to, refer to this. If you don't understand anything, you can always write to me or talk to me. So here, suppose one transaction you have started and you are calling another service layer or DAO layer methods with a transactional propagation value as required. So what it does, it is that default behavior is, if the second method, by the time you call the second method, there is no transaction, it will create a new one. But if there is already a transaction which has started, it will continue with the same transaction. So how many transactions will be there for two transactional methods? One single transaction or two different distinct ones? With the required flag, how many transactions will happen? Answer is one single. If the initial one has started, don't worry if you give the wrong answer, because you have to see the demo yet. And then the other one is requires new. So here you will have the two different transactions. So let's not waste your time. with just talking about it, it hardly helps you any this. So open, sorry, not open. You'll have to first this thing, import the project. So here, go to transactions, go to Eclipse projects, and there is something called a Spring Boot transaction propagation. Import it. It's a Maven project. Import it as Maven project. Or if you don't want it, you can see my demo directly. You tell me, I will show you accordingly. But if you are importing, you'll have to change that application property file. There are no additional dependencies, so the thing will get downloaded. You let me know. Okay, so if you have a strength to like do this parallelly, just edit the application property file and edit the username password. Okay, so start looking at it. I'll actually explain it with a picture. Because otherwise, if you directly look at the code, it will take us a lot of time to explain. So propagation means from one transaction to another transaction. So what is it you are going to see in a minute is this. I have written a service class, service interface, service implementation. So in service implementation 1, I have injected 2 dependencies. This is all author centric. So you will see author Pojo. It is a part of my something book or some other project. So there is an author repository which is injected, and one service layer I'm injected the other service layer. Okay. So in this service IMPL, here I have given the annotation of add transactional required. So tell me, when the controller will call this transactional required method, and this is the first transactional method I'm calling. So is there any existing transaction or will it create a new one? Existing or new? Of course, it is going to create a new one. So let us call it as TX1. Okay, TX1. Now, so this is one. So here I'm writing author repo.save and author details. Okay, so this is easy, standard. Now, who is calling whose method? The service 1 is calling service 2's method. And here, this is the real thing. So here on the top, I have not mentioned anything. It also has got an add transactional, but the default value of the attribute is required. Okay, so here, this is your other service. And here I'm inserting another author details. So this is the basic scenario. Take a look at it. So controller, I'll show you later. Open the service layer and service IMPL1. So what are the dependencies? As you can see, the dependencies are here, author repository and service layer. And here at the class level, I have just given the common annotation, standard annotation @ transactional. Guys, the analogy is request mapping. We write add request mapping at the class level, and then we say, okay, request mapping, suppose /bank, then inside /account, etc. Similar. So now see this. 2 dependencies I have injected, and here actually I don't have to say because default attribute itself is required. So here now I'm hard coding. So like I don't have to really take the data from Postman and all. So having the author details and saving this. So till this time, I hope there's no issue. Now I'm calling within a try catch block because I want to show you the errors and all that, whatever. Now I'm calling the second service method. So open my another one, service implementation. So actually what we'll do is comment this. When you comment this, tell me, what is the default attribute? Required or requires new? Answer is required. So now you will have a better understanding. So tell me, is this method insert second author? Is it going to continue in TX1, or is your container going to create a second transaction TX2, TX1 or TX2? Of course, TX1. Got me? Okay. So what I'm doing here, I'm inserting second author's detail. Okay. Now I am throwing the exception. Okay. Keep it with me. Keep the whole flow of this. So we are throwing the exception. So on the exception, anyway, the method is returning, but it is returning on the exception. Which is the exception? Checked or unchecked? Unchecked. Control comes here. That is why I have caught it. Even if you don't catch it, doesn't matter. And now at this point, who will perform what? Hibernate will perform automatic dirty checking. And tell me, will it go for the commit or will it go for the rollback? I've not changed the default rollback rule. Rollback rule itself, default rollback rule is runtime exception. So it will go for a rollback. But the question being asked is, listen to the question. What will happen in database? I'm giving you two options. First option is the database will be empty. That I mean, neither Chetan Bhagan's or Ayn Rand, none of the books will get inserted. Option one. Option two is, I mean, it's a ridiculous option, but anyway, still, only the philosophy books and Rand books gets inserted. Option three, Chetan Bhagat's books or whatever, anyone. Of course, it is none. This is what I was trying to say. When you say required, it is a continuation of the same transaction. It is like no save points, nothing, guys. Are you getting me? So the entire transaction is rolled back, discarding both the changes. Okay. So looking at time, I'm going to ask you to test it yourself. Now a very small change. This is transaction propagation. And now I'll ask you reverse. So now if you please test it. I mean, whenever you feel like. So tell me. Now what will happen? The rest of the story is the same. So what will you see in the database? Empty, philosophy book, Chetan Bhagat's book, whatever, I mean, none of the books and all that. So only Chetan Bhagat's book, because now we are telling the container, as in transaction manager mean, suspend the earlier transaction TX1 and create a new transaction. So when the what is it called? When this transactional annotation returns with a runtime exception, so when the control comes here, your changes are discarded. The transaction 2 is all rolled back. But why should it? So now the earlier one resumes. So at the time of here, your container will perform automatic dirty checking. TX2 changes are gone, but transaction 1 is already there. Understood the difference? Understood anything for that in this? And again, I have written a lot of things, so you can read. The next one is also, I mean, it is all interesting demos. So like, I don't feel like this thing. Anyway, so this is the last demo. And then I'll just tell you, if you want to add mail, if you want to upload images, a lot of things I have anyway shared. So last one for today, and kind of really last one. So let me say, yeah, the other one, the locking demo. Okay. So here, this is not written as Spring Boot, but this is again a Maven. So please open, or rather import Hibernate optimistic locking in your workspace. Or if you say, no, we are too tired anyway, we are not understanding anything, you can tell me frankly, I can show you the demo from here. Your choice. Either way. You've done it already, Aniket? Okay. So anyway, import it if you feel like, otherwise I'm anyway explaining. So wait a second. Hibernate optimistic. I told you, optimistic locking, pessimistic. I mean, locking is also one of the interesting thing in the in your transactional world. So here, this is your main base. This has nothing like no REST controller, nothing. This is your core Java project. Very easy to understand. So here, just a second. Okay, I'll show you from the top to bottom. So there is another scenario, stock trading. It's not a full stock trading, it's just a small part. So here, when you run this, you will see, just give me a second. I would like to start from scratch, 2 minutes only. So the name of the table is stocks. I've got the table. I was testing some of the things yesterday and keeping it ready for you. Like, okay, there was a table. Good, I dropped. So this is your ordinary one. And I had I had said, I don't know whether you remember, there is a version field and at version annotation. So currently, just as a change, I have not added any annotation. Let me check. Yeah, I have commented the annotation. So take the code as it is. And this was my another, what do you say, agenda. All these days started from Hibernate JPA, where we were adding the annotations on the field. But which is the other place also alternative where you can add the annotations is the property level annotation over getters. So this has nothing to do with the locking, but just if you see some exam code annotated on getters, you should not reject it that way. So now coming back to the point. So let's say, let me take it in the top down manner. So add stock. So company is, adding the stock, in the market, that this is the fund or this is the mutual fund or this is the equity we are floating something. So let me just run this because this part is really easy. This is our standalone Hibernate. This doesn't have any Spring in it. So you have the table created. It is asking me which company. So let's say Reliance floating or Reliance. Quantity it is floating. So 100 stocks maybe and priced at, let's say 500 something. So far, nothing. All I have written is that this is without Spring. So full boilerplate code. DAO layer, stock DAO. And here I have added the stock using session.save. Nothing complex so far. Keep observing. First, understand the problem, and then it is fun to see the solution. Solution is one annotation at version, but I have to build a story there. Now, let's say a ordinary user, a customer basically wants to purchase the stock. Okay. So I'm creating the DAO instance, calling the method get stocks. You can check. Nothing. Your standard GPQL, getting all the list. Currently, there's only one stock. So I'll see as a customer, I want to purchase. Yeah, I want to purchase. I'm not selling here. I'm purchasing the stock. So I'm printing that these are the available stocks in the market for you to purchase. Then I'm asking user which stock ID and what is the quantity. And then it is calling the purchase stock. I'm just getting it by the ID session.get, modifying it here. And to simulate the concurrency, we are putting it on hold. So unless until user presses enter. See guys, I'm simulating the real life situation. Meaning you have your stock trading app either on your mobile or whatever, and you are trying to purchase the shares. But parallelly, there is a full stock exchange, Bombay Stock Exchange, NSE, whatever. Are you getting me? And the stock market is so volatile, so fluid. So there can be sometime a dip in the stock or there can be stock price escalation. So I'm simulating all of it. Okay. So let me run this and you will get an idea about what it is. So take a look at it. So here I'm showing the user that this is the stock which is available for purchasing. So I being a customer, I'm saying, okay, I want to purchase, let's say 10 stocks and at the whatever, no, stock ID, I'm sorry. One stock ID and the quantities, let's say 10. Got it so far? Understanding the demo at least what is showing? Okay, let's keep it at that, not more than that. So now it is saying press enter to continue. See, on one laptop, I can't show the concurrency unless until I write a threads, which I'm not doing. So now I have another application. Other application is, read this, stock price escalation. Okay. So here, see this. So here I'm calling here update stock prices for all the stocks. So here, it is select followed by update. So this is your select query. got the list of all the stocks, and what is the stock price? I'm hiking it by 500. So what is the current stock price here? I forgot. I think 500 only. Anyway, I'll just check. So many figures around. Yeah, it was original price. So now the stock market, something happened, the demand increased or whatever. I mean, just as the price got hiked to 1000. Okay. So let us run this. Am I running this correctly? Stock price escalation I have to run, and you can check. Are you understanding what I'm trying to simulate? Two parallel concurrent transactions. One is buying the shares, buying the stocks, where the parallelly things are happening in the stock market. So here, now check the story behind. What is it you expect to see the value here? 500 or 1000? I hope you understand this. 1000. Okay. So now here, so this transaction is over. The stock market not crashed, it hiked. Okay, escalated. Now let me go back to this purchase stocks, and I have a question. When I press enter, the transaction is going to continue. But now, while the what is it? That trader, not trader, or okay, purchaser, a customer was thinking, till it got the connection to that stock market app, some things happened parallelly. So should this second transaction silently override that updated price, or should we give the alert message that while you are thinking, or while you are trying to update the transaction, some changes happened? Alert or no alert? Simple question, simple answer. Of course, a alert. Are you getting this? But here, see this. Are we getting any alert, any notification, any errors? Nothing. So this is called as lost update problem. So please read it in a detailed manner from my transactional readme. Two parallel transactions working on the same row, same column. And one transaction started, and in that thing time, that was my purchase stocks transaction. And in the parallel manner, in that stock price escalation, it changed the price to 1000. But now this original transaction wanted to change the quantity. Are you getting this? And along with it, silently overwrote. Okay, you check this. So here you have the trader transaction, purchasing transaction has overwritten the modified value. So this is called as lost update. So again, I have taken the pictures. I'll share the link. I mean, there is a lost update problem. Very, very nicely explained with her. This is taken from that Vlad, that one of the authors I keep following, or some such thing. I don't remember exactly. So you can see the problem easily. Two parallel transactions. This is for a shop product item or a shop item. Same thing I showed you with the stock scenario. So is the problem clear, or the problem itself is not clear? Is the lost update case clear? Again, this is not a Java jargon. This is all database jargon. And the solution is, what is one solution? One is a drastic solution. Allow only one transaction to happen at a one point. So in short, apply the lock. So that is called as pessimistic locking. So here, wait a second. This is all I'm telling you to read. So here, regarding transactions and locking, so the one solution can be change it and apply the lock. But if you apply the lock or serialize that isolation degree, if you increase too much, it results into a bad performance. So here, optimistic locking is suggested. So everyone must be knowing the English meaning. Pessimistic, optimistic, opposite words. So when you say optimistic locking, the no database locks will be applied. You'll see this one annotation does the trick. So so what I was saying, right? So when you are performing actual DML such as update, at that point your JPA using one annotation @version will check if any parallel transaction has already modified the data or the record. And if it comes across that inconsistency, it is called as a stale data condition. It will throw the exception. So again, written it in complete detail. it is only on a commit. So if you are writing a web application where you have lot of transactional pressure, of course, the suggestion is use optimistic locking. If you start using pessimistic locking, the what is it called? The performance goes down. So I'll give you a last project tip and show you the demo, and that will be all. So the point is, if you are developing any reservation system, online reservation system, the first few questions you expect from interviewer is, what will happen if two persons, two customers represented via two threads are trying to access the same booking? So you can confidently answer that, okay, in core Java, we have synchronization, but here in JetWe, we have applied optimistic locking to ensure the performance. So one annotation and that will be it. Unfortunately, I don't have to do any table recreation or whatever. So before I show you the solution, you remember we always extend from a base entity class. So in base entity, which is a common map superclass for all other entities. So which is the field we add in base entity? ID. So in addition to that, you will add, I'll give you a lot of demos. So you add a version field. Typically the type of the version is int, and just adding a version field is useless. So add the annotation at version and you read it later. This is nothing but for enabling optimistic locking. So instead of talking about it, let's do this and you will understand it in a minute. So have I added it? Yeah. So let us do the stock purchasing again. Purchase stocks. All I'm simulating is concurrency. Without concurrency, there's hardly anything. So suppose I say the quantity is reduced to this. So let's say I'm purchasing, stock ID comes first, and then let's say 15. Simulating hike or escalation, stock price escalation. So you can see the stock price has been incremented to 1000. So far, so good. So you can check this. All clear so far. Quantity is 90 because I have not yet purchased the stocks. And now go back to our earlier transaction, continuation of that, observe and conclude. So this time, are you getting any alert or is it silently overwriting updates from one transaction to another? 100% you get this. And see this, the name of the exception. See this guys, all answers are clear with the query. So which is the, what is the where class? Of course ID, but it has added another where class. So you must have done it, I don't know, versioning control basically in database. So here it is checking at the time of updating the stocks table, is it having the version value? So guys, see, the version automatically increases. When it increased, when we started, it was 0. When the stocks got escalated, it increased to 1. So now, when the purchaser, the buyer, wanted to check it, what is the version value it should have? 0. The moment it finds the disparity, it tells you optimistic locking exception failure, and it tells you so clearly. Row was updated or deleted by some other parallel transaction. And this is the exception caused by stale object state. That is the change of the state of the object by some other parallel transaction. So in your project, you have a global exception handler, or you can write in its own try catch block and give an error message, send the error message JSON response to the caller while you are thinking or while your transaction was this, some changes, and take him back to the refresh view that this is the view now, or this is the stock price now. It has hiked to 1,000. Do you want to purchase again? So the idea was explaining optimistic locking. Reach something, 0.5%, 1%. So guys, I know the concept is tough, but the solution is so easy. So spend good amount of time in reading that optimistic locking. I'll share the articles and all that with you, that links of the articles, and definitely apply it. Add one field in base entity and you can confidently answer that, okay, we have added the versioning control. So the others which I'm not showing you are you go through this. So yeah, if you require, I don't think your internationalization. Internationalization means, suppose you are writing an application and the customer is only Marathi speaking or Hindi speaking. He or she is not going to understand your labels and the instructions and the error messages. So I-89 is internationalization of it. But what will be required in your project phase is sending mail. So I've given you the Spring Boot mail, and no, don't worry, I'm not extending it. But only thing when you import, all you will have to change is the I'm using the Gmail's SMTP server for sending mail. So there is an application property file. Wait a second, where is that? Yeah, so this is that application properties file. So all you will have to change it to, you'll have to replace spring.mail.username by your Gmail ID, create a test dummy account for project account or something, and Gmail password. Rest all is already tested. Okay, so you can refer to this for sending mail. And also I have converted, I was showing a demo of a Marathi speaking customer and all. So all these property files and all I've done. So for example, email takli paije. I mean, if the user doesn't add the email field, we say in English, email is required. And in Marathi, we say, okay, email takli paije, password takla paije, etc. So the point is, here, this is a demo for internationalization. The other demo, which I wanted to show you, I have given the steps also. And with Spring Boot, it's an easier one. Anything, yeah, you might require the image uploading and downloading. So here there is a ready-made demo. So I've written what are the property files, what is it, you are having a maximum size and all. You can actually change it, you can change it to whatever. And here this is a demo which will upload the file from client machine to server machine and put it on the server side folder. But if you remember our Hibernate days, I have shown you how to store that blob or image in database. But that time also, I think I had shown you, always uploading and downloading from the folder will be better. So that is the full demo, end demo. I have given you the JSON data also from the Postman. Try out anything, whatever I've shared. Anytime you find a problem, this I've written carefully, all the tips. So if you are running in the Postman, there is one endpoint, download to. If you connect it with your React app, there is a different endpoint. There are some changes to be done. So definitely go through this exhaustive list. And anytime you have a problem, you can always call me. I mean, calling directly, please don't call. We'll mutually decide the time, but you can always write to me. So that is all from my side, guys. Thank you very much for your amazing patience. And yes, thank you, Dhaneshwar. Thank you, all of you. Oh, Akshita, your message is scrolling. Just a second, you have written something. Oh, thank you so much, Akshita. It's so beautiful. You should put it on the public chat. People might appreciate it also. Thank you so much. Guys, you are most welcome all the time. And see, guys, it is not like we are our whole conversation or our connection is over. Connection is still there. And like I told you, so many senior students and all keep talking to me. So I'd love to hear from you. I would definitely love to help you in your project phase if you get stuck. Only thing is, as I requested, please give me who you are, because I won't remember the names and all. So give me some reference and I'll be definitely responding to your mails and the messages. That will be all. See you around. Whatever I have promised, and for example, somebody wanted that React frontend, keep reminding me. I'll definitely put everything on our Google Drive. See you around. All the very best. Let all your fondest dreams come true. Not only exam, not only placement, all everything, guys. See you around.
Hello.
Soon. Yes.
Hello, ma'am.
Ritesh will share one photo, ma'am. Please see.
Ma'am, please check your private chat. I have shared.
Private chat? You mean
Yes,
WhatsApp or here?
No, here only. Personally, I have given.
again send Shubham.
I did not get it. Maybe it got scrolled up, I guess. You
Yes,
send it?
ma'am.
Oh yeah, I got it.
Written.
Wait a second, I'm downloading it. It's the same image, right? Aniket and Shubham. It looks the same. Yeah, let me open this, guys. Oh, okay. So who has drawn this? Looks like Ritesh Zado. It's an amazing sketch. Beautifully drawn. Such talented people we have got. Thank you, Ritesh. Thank you so much. So appreciated. So much appreciated. Okay. So I hope we will keep in touch and have a great journey ahead of time ahead also. And like I said, let's keep in touch. I love to hear from you. Thank you very much.
मॅम आपका
See you
मोबाइल
around.
नंबर
मोबाईल नंबर दिलाय की 9823205088.
हो मॅम
एक सेकंड as usual my speed. एक second. I thought I had shared it long back. I'm going to miss you more. This is WhatsApp number. It's actually actual phone number also. You can always write to me anytime. Just give me some reference that ICSD, which batch and all, and I'll know you. Okay. Anything else? My Gmail ID is also there. So keep in touch. Yeah. Thanks, Madhuri. Yeah. So thank you so much. It was lovely having you around. Good night. 100%. I don't know, Ankit, in the manner of commercials, but it will definitely help you. Okay. See you around, guys.